आ गया अभी बोलो
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Sagar. There it is. I guess every day there is some blunder which I do, but
so whatever you said they couldn't hear.
nothing. Nothing. So that was a big blunder. Should I end the stream and restart, Sagar?
No.
Okay, not allowed. Fine. Okay, guys, welcome to the 5th round of the FIDE World Cup. Today is the game 1 of the 5th round. Yesterday we had a very big. Yes, Abhidaya will change it. Abhidaya, if you're hearing to the stream, can you please change the name of Gukesh's opponent? It is Wang Hao. A little bit of error there, but he will change. Guys, he has been working all night. I mean, the team has been working really hard. But here we have the 5 Indians qualifying to the 5th round. We have Gukesh versus Wang Hao, who is 2699, and he will be playing with his next opponent. Would be either Magnus Carlsen or Ivanchuk. I think either way it's going to be very, very exciting for us. Then here we have Vidit Gujarati playing against Nepomniachtchi. Now Vidit is 2719 and Nepo is 2779. So here we have a higher rated opponent, and if Vidit is able to beat Nepo, maybe take the revenge for Nihal Sarin, then that will be an upset for sure. Okay, then we have Arjun versus Niels Grandelius, who is having 2683, and definitely he has beaten many top players to reach here. So no round is going to be easy even if you're playing against lower rated, because they have reached there with a terrific journey. So Niels Grandelius, lower rated, great chance to go into the next round. Then we have Pragg versus Berkes who 2615 and have created so many upsets in this tournament. So last game Pragg beat Hikaru Nakamura. Obviously this is not as tough as that one, but we have seen so many upsets, so let's root for all of them today. And finally in the women's section we have Harika playing against Goryachkina. Now Goryachkina has defeated Divya, I guess, in the second round. So this, if Harika beats Goryachkina, that would be first of all a very big upset, plus also maybe some revenge for Nihal, for Divya Deshmukh. When you come, Sagar, I just lose it all, what I'm supposed to say and all of it, in fact.
Nice. Good to know.
And guys, let me tell you something. One more thing. During this tournament, we reached 1 billion total views. So thanks to all of you who have been watching our videos. And yes, that's definitely a big thing.
Yes, absolutely. And today, Amrita,
Welcome, Sagarji.
is a very, very
Enter Sagar
exciting day
Babu.
for us. Did you already set up the bars?
No, it doesn't happen. I tried to,
It
but
can,
it
no?
doesn't. No, I mean at least 4:15 it didn't happen. But now it will happen, Sagar. Let's try once again.
Okay, but we have to only click on that tab. Okay, got it.
Yep, that's the whole point. Should I refresh?
No, it's fine.
And go here. It's the old one. Okay, you can talk to the chat. By the way, guys, one more thing I would love to show you. Is this thing here, which we have. Yep, this one. So Sagar.
Chess.
Yes, and before the round begins, here we have an article which Sagar had written about all of you who had contributed during this event, and very naturally it became a World Cup fundraiser. So second and third we collected 32,677 rupees. On 4th August we collected 26,234 rupees. 5th August we collected 34,302 rupees. 6th August we collected 29,040 rupees. 7th August we collected 23,040 rupees. 9th August it was 34,926 rupees. 10th August it was 72,096 rupees. And here we had one big believer, Venkatrangan, who contributed 50,000. And on 11th August we collected 30. Yes, that is yesterday. We had, I guess, the maximum people contributing in terms of the number, and we collected 32,071 rupees here. So wow, that has been amazing. I believe yesterday the number was maximum. Praggnanandhaa beat Nakamaura. Everybody was happy. But also during this event, we have Prashant Singh, who is the founder and manager director of Quanbox. He contributed a huge amount of 2 lakh rupees. So yes, there it is.
So
Very
the
big
total
thanks.
amount we have raised is 2,85,533 and 2 lakh rupees additional by Prashant. So 4,85,000. And a huge shout out to all of you who have contributed. You can do so by going on to helpchess.org and support the other young talents who maybe in few years from now will represent the country at the World Cup. And Amruta, the games are about to begin. In fact, they have started. So
Oh,
let's get it cracking.
let's get the bars also and everything.
So the first game we are going to look at is Magnus Carlsen versus Vasily Ivanchuk, guys. The reason why I'm going to focus a lot on this game is because it's clash of generations. Ivanchuk considered by many as one of the greatest minds to have played chess and maybe one of the greatest players who hasn't become a world champion ever. So in this category, we would put people like maybe Rubinstein, Paul Keres, Korchnoi, and then Ivanchuk. So good. They've beaten almost every world champion, and somehow they themselves lacked something which didn't help them become world champions. But here, Ivanchuk, at the age of in his mid 50s, is playing against the current world number one Magnus Carlsen, and after d4 d5 we have knight to f3, and Ivanchuk is in some thought.
Little bit of thought, yes. And Sagar, yesterday we had in the chat Rakesh Rao. He had given a very interesting fact. He said
He's
that
a very well-known journalist from the Hindu and has been covering chess for almost 35 years.
yeah, beautiful articles. I mean, really, everyone knows him. Very famous journalist, you can say. And he says a fact, Sagar, on August 2, 1987, when Anand won the World Junior Chess title, Ivanchuk was the runner-up. And now Ivanchuk is playing against Carlsen.
Yeah,
so that's something.
That's amazing. And right now, Ivanchuk is thinking for his move. So let's go to the next game. We have Praggnanandhaa taking on Ferenc Berkes. Now the interesting thing is Ferenc Berkes is someone I know very well because I myself have played against him, and this was in 2014. I had a very interesting game where I drew my game against him, and it was an exciting battle which I was perhaps winning in that time, but he was way stronger at that point in terms of elo, 2680 or something. Now he's come down to 2615, and Praggnanandhaa is the stronger player, but Ferenc Berkes has been there, done that. He's very strong. So Pragg won't have it easy, and he's known for his positional play. So d4 knight f6, c4 e6, knight f3 d5.
Is everyone is saying volume is low? Is that true?
Yeah, Amruta, maybe
Maybe I just turn the mic a little bit like this.
Or maybe we can bring the mic closer.
And you can also be here because it's just easier for you also to navigate.
Guys, can you hear us well now, or maybe now it's pretty good? And also I can increase the sound a little bit by
angle we need to do a little bit. Yeah. Good.
Hello.
Yes, perfect. Kush Shah says,
Hello,
I
hello.
just won the Swiss
Hello, hello.
chess tournament held in my office.
Hello,
It was
hello.
my first tournament and I'm very thankful to Sagarba and Gotham Chess. Arey, kya
Arey,
baat hai?
that's great to know. Congratulations. So, Amruta, this is the e6 d5 setup, and now after knight c3, Pragg goes c6. And guys, what is the name of this opening that is there on the board? What is it called?
And your options are French, Karo Khan, Queen's Gambit declined.
But it's not even that.
Sagar, we are supposed to be a team.
Ah, okay. Ah, sorry. I thought you were giving options.
No. पूरा पचका कर देता है जोक का.
And we have a new believer, Keshav Gupta, who's just sent 101 rupees to helpchess.org. Thank you so much. This is known as the semi-Slav, guys. Very well done. All those who have said that. And it is one of the most...
In what mood do you think Praggnanandhaa would be there? Because yesterday he beat Hikaru 2-0. You know, that's a big feat. So would he be thinking now he wants to win all the games? In that sense,
Yeah, I mean, Pragg would be on high right now, but also he's very, very down to earth in the sense that he doesn't get overconfident, and he would be looking to sort of keep this momentum flowing in the tournament. So he goes for e3, and here after knight d7, in came the move bishop d3. Pragg takes, and now a very typical move in this position for black. What should black play here? Guys, let us know in the chat.
updated.
What is the move that black should play? Yes, our chat is actually right on the ball here. They are correct. The move, Amruta, here, let's just have a look at what the chat chess moves is saying. We have b5 as the move, guys. Well done. b5 is the correct move. You hit the bishop has to move away, and then in comes bishop to d6 here, played by Praggnanandhaa. And the main point of playing this entire setup here is to actually place your bishop on the b7 square. If you can get your bishop to that square and then get a successful c5, then you are very, very happy with the black pieces.
Oh, nice. Also, Sagar, for b5, we have seen that the timing, the a4, and you know, all of it is very important for white. So this, though it seems like a very natural ideas in such a structure, I think many of the times a wrong mover at a wrong time is changing the evaluation like anything.
Yeah.
So you need to know the intricacies, right? Like it's not like
it's a very sharp line.
stone wall, like you just play with the structure. Here you need to know everything.
Because in a way black has given up the center. So white is strategically better. And so in that sense, you have to be very, very careful when you play with the black pieces. But that being said, it's a very concrete system. So if black gets the certain moves going for him, he should be fine. And
by the way, Ismail Khan asks, do we have chess club at Phoenix Mall today? Yes, we do. It is every Saturday that does go on. Sagar will be here.
Whatever is happening in the world, chess club goes on. And it's been going on for now well over 1 year and 5 months. And I think it is one of the most amazing chess clubs out there. A big shout out to Phoenix Market City, our partners who have been with us, supporting chess and helping us a lot. Okay, so we have the bars now, guys. We have 6 bars on the screen. We have Magnus versus Ivanchuk. Slightly better for Magnus. We have Berkes versus Praggnanandhaa. slightly better for Berkes. Uh, Vidit Nepo will go there. Nils, Arjun, Wang Hao, Gukesh, and Alexandra Harika. That's how this is. Amruta, should we go to the next game?
Yes. And we should also have some poll later. The chat can suggest which poll they would enjoy the most.
Uh,
Is e4 by white not a threat now? Was a question by Harsh. Siddharth Trivedi says, I did some calculations. If Pragg and Arjun win this round, chances of at least one Indian in candidates is 99%. If VD defeats Nepo as well, then really great chance of having two Indians in candidates.
I agree.
Okay, Siddharth did a calculation. Today, I believe Siddharth, you would have spent a whole day analyzing, taking the calculator. But that is so nice to spend time to understand what's going to happen.
Yeah, that is a very, very correct calculation, Siddharth. Even I did the same. And I feel that if Vidit wins today, he would have not a very tough next round because he will face the winner of Saleh versus Nijat Abbasov. I wouldn't say very tough in that sense, but of course Nepo is way, way stronger than both those players. So for now, Vidit has opened the game with 1 e4. And Amruta, whenever you play e4 against Nepo, the one problem that you always face is that he comes out with the Petrov. He always plays this opening and it's so solid. And it's so difficult to break.
Solid. You're saying it's solid.
Yeah.
Then why isn't it played so often on top level? Or do they play it when they want solid?
I think Nepo has this strategy that he doesn't want to win as black. He just wants to hold. And then with white, he wants to try. And he has actually perfected the art of match play in that sense because he's played 2 World Championship matches. But you know, Vidit is not someone whose preparation you can take lightly. And that is the reason why we are very, very interested to see what is Vidit's idea.
Before you go to ChessBase, I want to tell you Manan Sheth has sent 1001 rupees to helpchess.org. And have we missed any other names as well?
Yes.
So just to check.
We have Samjay
Oh.
Kumar Guru.
समय कुमार संजय कहाँ से समय का नाम तो पढ़
Samay Kumar Guru
199 rupees. And we also have Sanuj Krishnan who contributed 199 rupees. Keshav Gupta 101 rupees. Oh, so many people today. Did we miss the names? Let's be on it, guys. But thank you for your contribution.
So knight f6, Vidit went and took the pawn.
Will Vidit take that opening? Sagar, what's the name of the opening? Just this opening.
Yeah,
Okay, let's have the name of the opening.
This is a very crazy line, guys. You may want to try it in one of your blitz games. It's
Do you know the name?
It's not so stupid, by the way.
Stafford says Subramaniam.
Stafford is not. I mean, it's from black side. If black would have gone knight c6 here instead of
Look, Stafford. I think it fried liver.
here, if you had gone knight c6, it's Stafford. But
Halloween.
yes, Halloween Gambit is the name.
Pushkar. क्या बात है?
And the main point is after this, white builds a strong center here. And one of the things which you should remember is if black goes and takes here, it's already a very bad position for black because you give a check. And now wherever the king goes, you're going to win this knight. That's very interesting because let's say if I go
G6 or king G8, then there is queen D5
check and I win this. Or if you play king E7, then here I just drop my queen back to E2 and I pin it. And if you save it, I attack it here. Although there is a stronger move than F3 and I want the chat to answer it, guys. It's also your tactical training. All those who are attending this live stream will also go back home as stronger chess players.
Chat पे भरोसा नहीं है तुमको?
नहीं, easy move. It's not so simple. Although our chat is right on the ball and they are very, very powerful right now. Amazing, guys. I think the last few days of following World Cup has made them very strong. And that is the correct move. Bishop to G5, check. And you are winning material amazing job here by Sendil.
Sendil, Raghav, Naif, Shubham, Arvind, Mohammed, Ankit, Shruti, Madhu, and Persevere.
Great job. Amruta, we have reached subscribers of 12 lakh
Oh, yes.
50,000. So a
Once again,
huge
thank
shout
you
out
guys
to
for
everyone.
subscribing.
And it's very interesting because we have reached somewhere halfway mark in the World Cup, and we have reached halfway mark in our aim also. We wanted to reach 13 million here.
13
Sorry,
million nahi, 13 lakh.
1.3 million.
CA Sagar.
1.3 million, and we are at 12.5. So let's see if we are able to keep on
Yes.
going up.
And Soumya Kumari, thank you so much for sending 500 rupees to help chess.
Thank you, Soumya. So knight f3 was
Vidit did not go for anything like, with backrot he had sacrificed both the games. Here he says no sacrifice.
take, and now he plays his pawn up to d4. Black also pushes his pawn. Bishop out, bishop out,
Castle,
castle, castle.
c4.
And Amrita, for me,
Or rook e1.
it's a very interesting question that actually, if we count the tempos, castle has happened, bishop d3, d4, d5, everything is there on the board. But black has actually made an extra move because my knight is here,
Yeah.
your knight is here.
Correct.
And it's on this basis that white is hoping for a small advantage in the opening on this slightly shaky position of the knight. So I
Very
want to
well
either
explained.
I want to play rook e1, attack here, try to win a pawn, or knight d2, or as Vidit played, the pawn up to c4.
Yeah, I like how white took the center, almost a queen side center, you can say here, and this cannot be taken because of the knight, as you mentioned well. So yeah, Sagar, I mean the only difference is this knight went back here,
Yeah.
whereas this knight is forward, which we actually say, oh, knights are good if forward and all of that. But in this scenario, you get in return to attack that center, to poke that center,
Yes.
as you say.
You know, guys, I had read one article recently that even going forward about anything in life means that there are chances that you will eventually go backward at some point. So, here, yes, there are advantages that you have won a tempo, you have the knight in the center, but you've also kind of overextended a bit. So I'm trying to gain
ओवर
confidence.
कॉन्फिडेंस वाले रहते हैं ना, हम ये करके दिखाऊंगा. That's the night. By the way, legend hero ask, इसे टेम्पो क्यों कहते हैं, ट्रक क्यों नहीं? Seriously, बोलती बात.
No, I am not going to respond to it. Queen c2. I was actually first starting to explain why is it called a tempo, but then okay. Now Vidit is saying to Nepo that, hey, Nepo, if you have to figure a way to defend this knight, otherwise, let's say if you do something silly, I will just take, and take your pawn. I'm a pawn up. So Nepo says, okay, Vidit, take it. And I'm very surprised, Amruta. What happened?
No, in the sequence which is happening, somebody is writing मैं निकला हूँ गड्ढे लेके based on that tempo. Then Sanket is saying right questions also. The whole chat was a little bit funny. I couldn't control my laughter. Very sorry for that. But I think, chess is light. We do miss Samay and his jokes and everything. So, Sagar, तुम तो joke मार नहीं सकते हो.
Yeah. Someone sent a name which is so large that you cannot have it on the screen. It's
can for a
spoiled.
moment.
No, it spoiled the entire alignment. Strong motivation for Sagar to propose Amruta online and send 500 rupees. Please send your real name and also your PAN details so that no, Amruta, don't do it. It just motivates.
Motivation for them.
Yeah. Srajan Kansal, thank you so much for sending 501 rupees. That's very, very nice of you.
All that matters at the end is still the amount which is going to go for Indian chess. So guys, thank you so much for your contribution.
Yeah. So, by the way, here, last contributor, Ishan Purohit, thank you for your 101 rupees for help chess. h6 played by Nepo, and Amruta, Vidit can win a pawn, but here the problem is that
Oh.
you are not very well.
1 second. Let's
No,
find.
it's just a normal move, rook e8.
You don't recover the pawn?
No, you don't recover the pawn at all, but you get very, very active play. In fact, white can very comfortably keep the extra pawn. It's not like it's going anywhere, but it's just that your pieces are a little tied up, and this knight is coming here. Looks like a very good
Actually, this
position.
is very tough. It requires a preparation if you want to give such a pawn sacrifice. But
Yeah.
this didn't happen, right? He did not go for that.
No, this didn't happen. Vidit actually was prepared. He played the move c5, and then after bishop c7, he played knight to c3. He was well prepared. Nepo actually took quite some time and took here. Now Vidit could have taken with the pawn as well, but he took with the queen. And now came queen f6. And Vidit has quickly played his rook to e1. And I am actually very, very impressed that Vidit has all his time on the clock. In fact, slightly more than before, than what he started off with. So let us just quickly go and check on our Chessbase and Mega database as to if this has happened before or not.
Just one moment, Sagar. Yeah.
And there you have it. This is our Chessbase 17 and Mega database. And here through our live database, we are going to check how many times has this position occurred. This position has happened 8,300 times. C4 has happened 7,000 times. And it's very popular, 1480 games. H6 is only 45 games. But there are some very good players who have played it. Aronian, MVL, and so on. And now with it, C5 is only played in one game. This is between two Indians, Aryan Chopra and Harshit Raja from Dortmund Sparkassen, which was just a month ago. And Harshit is India's 69th Grandmaster. We all know that Aryan Chopra is the young talent. And I think Vidit seems to have taken this idea from this game. So maybe an Indian going to help an Indian. Here Nepo actually took, and Harshit had played knight d7 and had given up a pawn like this and thought he had compensation. So that was about our opening.
And what was the result? Aryan Chopra won with the white pieces. Okay, got it. By the way, Sagar, we have Kaluba Sunga watching from Zambia.
Wow.
So
that's so
very
cool.
Interesting, very interesting.
क्या हुआ?
No, I just ये bars उस पे आ रहे हैं ना. You can just talk ना.
हाँ ठीक है.
चलेगा?
ठीक है.
छोटा कर सकते हैं.
Okay, so guys, right now we see that Vidit is slightly better. The main reason for being better is more space. But what Nepo is saying is that your extra bishop, your bishop which you have, is a bad bishop because it will be blocked by your own pawns. And my bishop is beautiful because it's on the open diagonal.
Yeah, it's like that French bishop, na, which white usually has.
Yes, but Vidit has some plans like Amruta take, and maybe Rook joins in on the 7th rank, and this is quite a tricky move because if you move the bishop, you lose the pawn.
But what if you develop your knight to d7? I think it is dependent on the queen.
Yeah, and this starts to get very, very interesting because I go h3 with the idea of g4, and
Rook
then
e8. Rook e8.
But g4.
Yeah, g4. No, I thought I might get something in return, but doesn't seem like that.
No, this is not good.
Ah.
So this one seems to be slightly better for Vidit. Let's go to the next game. This one is between Arjun Erigaisi, who's playing with the black pieces, against Nils Grandelius. Nils is one of the strong players in Sweden, one of top player of Sweden. And he goes e4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, de. Oh, Arjun goes for this Amruta de line in the French. Knight takes, knight d7.
Exchange French, right?
No,
This
it's not
is called,
exchange. It's
what
Rubinstein French, I think. This is the classical variation, and in that you go the bishop g5 line. And take was what Rubinstein used to do a lot.
Oh.
It's somehow slightly passive because look at your bishop here, and white has more center control. But if black gets a successful c5, it should be completely fine.
But Niels Grandelius usually, I remember his opening preparation is very good, right?
Yeah, he's very well prepared. Bishop e7. Now he's threatening to win a piece, guys. चुपके से piece ले लेगा. But of course he takes. Arjun takes with the bishop. h4.
Oh.
Very interesting. By the way, we have a person who is sending a lot of very interesting
We had a lot of
chess.
actually you need to have those names again. For a
No, that's
moment.
fine. One is Ishan
Ishan
Purohit.
Purohit contributes 101 rupees. Sagar Bhai Manja contributes 501 rupees. Narendra Thakur contributes 301 rupees. Sagar Bhai more content is equal to more donations 101 rupees. Love you Sagar Bhai 101 rupees.
क्या ही ट्रोल कर रहा है पैसा दे दे के. Don't do that. Write your real name. It will be useful. You'll get the ATG certificate, ATG receipt and certificate there. So please do consider. Okay, castles by black. Queen e2 by Nils. And look at Arjun's time. Amruta, in this tournament, Arjun has had such amazing preparation against Sindarov, against his previous opponents. He was always ahead on clock.
Yeah, and he used to get quite better positions from
Yeah.
the opening in general.
And I think that is because of Srinath, who has really helped Arjun to have very strong prep. But at the same time, strong prep is not enough, right? You have to also follow it up with good chess. So let's see if Arjun maintains that. He plays Queen e2.
Oh, C5,
C5
as you
break.
already mentioned, it's happening. Because yeah, Arjun has castled and he says, your king is in the center. Okay, that is where Neil says, not anymore. I am long castling. Is Neil not worried about anything like this?
Yeah, but for the time being,
Okay.
he just took, he's putting the rook opposite the queen. And rook takes happened.
And my question to you is, guys in the chat, what if black takes, bishop takes d4? What should white play? Now this is visualize here. If bishop takes d4, a very, very easy move. What should white play? If black takes bishop takes d4. Okay, maybe to make it simple for all the new ones, if black takes that rook, then what should white play? Okay, फर्क नहीं पड़ता है अगर उनको if you do the move on the board or you don't do it,
They
know
good, right?
it.
And everyone here.
Yes, you guys are right. It is bishop d8. Black will lose the queen in that case. Saumik, Shreyas, Sacrificer, Govinda, Keshav, Sinan, Dharmik. Yes. Okay, maybe we'll try a little more tougher questions today and ask these visualization questions. Right, Sagar? What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Amruta, can you make the other moves here?
Yes. Rook takes d4 has been made. The question which was asked was, if bishop d4, then it's a pin, so you cannot take the rook. So what Arjun played is queen a5, attacks the a2 pawn there, and removes the queen out of the spin, and also threatens bishop takes d4. So in a way, it's a double attack. And to save this, first, Niels takes the bishop. So first threat is saved. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes f6 by Arjun. Bishop is exchanged. And now Niels saves the pawn with a4. Arjun here actually challenges this rook on d file and plays rook d8. So Sagar, if rook takes d8 and another rook gets exchanged, this position, what do you think? Do you
I'm
like
actually
it?
very surprised
the
by
exchanges?
Nil's last move here, which was to play a4. Because, I mean, generally,
King
Amrita,
b1.
you would put your king on b1,
Yeah.
and that could be Arjun's prep. But after rook d8 takes, the problem is that your king has some back rank issues. While with this move a4, not only are you solving that your king is better placed, but maybe you are also creating the ideas of rook queen to b5. So Arjun plays rook d8 instantly, which means he's still in his preparation. How can Arjun still
Oh
be in
yeah,
his
he
prep?
has 1 hour 30 minutes and 53 seconds.
That's just
Definitely
insane.
huge. Definitely huge. SK, thank you for your super chat. Can you get? Thank you for your super chat.
And so here, if we just look at our reference, then this position has been reached 7,328 times. Now 4,500. Takes h4 657 times already. Castles, and I'm interested to see if Nils already has played this, because how else?
Or even Arjun if he. Oh, by the way, Kasparov Anand in this line.
Wow.
Wow. When was it? Was it in World?
2000. It was rapid play. And Anand used to play a lot of French at that point. So it's come from there. Queenie 2 is only 184 games were there, and only 12 games have reached Queenie 2. And from here, C5, long castle, CD, rook d4, queen a5. They
Only
are
one
following
game
a
again.
game Sakev versus Nikolenko of 2000. Bishop takes, knight takes, then the move a3 was played. Here the move a4 has been played. So that's how it has been. a4. I'm a bit surprised by this decision of Nils, but a good one that is. And Arjun still in his prep, just goes to show how hard he's working on chess, guys. In some obscure sideline where his opponent has played some weird move, he's still prepared.
What a point you've mentioned, because it's such a sideline, and to be prepared for this round, you can just realize his preparation, how deep it would be.
Yeah. And by the way, here,
Yeah, Sagar, one question. Do you think a4 by any chance could also be Neil's preparation? This is.
could be.
And he was like trying to recollect, because maybe he didn't expect it's gonna get into this line.
It's quite possible. And by the way, Amrita, queen b5 is a very interesting deflecting move, because see, the queen is defending the rook and the rook is opposite the rook.
Oh, you can't take queen b5. In a way, it's. Yeah.
I can actually take. Why? Because after you take here, I have the only move, which is to come back with the queen. You would take, I would take back. And I think this position has to be assessed.
Yes.
But I would say it's slightly better for white.
Oh, really? Maybe because of the pawn majority on the queen side. Yeah.
Yeah. And also the bishop coming out.
Yeah. The bishop is definitely better as of now.
Amrita, everyone's saying Fabi,
Yeah,
Duda, very crazy position. So let's quickly check
How
that.
crazy can it be? Oh my god, it's really crazy. Worth some attention. Shantanu Kshire, thank you for sending 601 rupees.
Thank you, Shantanu. And Amrita, this seems to have come out of the Petrov as well.
Really?
Yeah.
This position? That would be shocking. Okay, this is the most interesting line, right, in Petrov?
Yeah, this is well known. But also, if I'm not mistaken, this was played in the match between Carlsen and
Nepo.
Caruana.
Caruana.
2018. They also were very much into the Petrov territory, if you remember.
Fabi time. He has 1 hour 32 minutes.
Yes.
So he is super prepared actually. You can come this side maybe. So Mike won't disturb you.
And Amruta, if you see here, till here, of course, we have had several games, 490 games, c5 244 games, and bishop e6 104 games. But knight g5 has been played in only one game. So this has been Caruana's new idea. And if you see here, Caruana is the one who's played it like how many times? Once against Wang Hao, twice against Wang Hao. Duda. Oh,
they played this.
Yeah.
And he's beaten Duda. So how did the games go on with Duda? Very interesting.
Actually, he had played one game a3.
Mm-hmm.
And in another game, he had played king b1.
Okay.
And guys, this is the reason why I ask you to get ChessBase and Mega Database and use it, because you will be able to stay updated with what is happening, and this is very, very useful. So in the game here, he went knight g5, and this is just played once between two players of Bangladesh, Muhammad Sharif Hossain and Muhammad Minazuddin. And Fabiano Caruana has played it here, knight g5. And I'm sure that Duda, after a long think, no, actually didn't think, he took it. So this is also Duda's prep.
Wow.
And essentially Duda is saying, if you play b3 to trap my bishop, then
A5.
I will get it out with a5, a4.
King b2, a4. Wow, that would be crazy. So what did he play?
He played...
it happened in the game,
he
Sagar.
played a5.
King b2, a4. Both of them still are prepared. 1 hour 35 minutes.
And guys, here it's an only move for black, for white. What do you play? White to play.
Refresh करो क्या? Churches.
नहीं चलेगा.
b4, rook a1, king a2. Sagar, b4, rook a1, king a2.
Yes, b4 is the right move.
Okay, so first question, because some of them had said king takes a2. So what happens if you just win a piece?
You get smoked. Nothing less, nothing more. King b1 is met with
Queen
another
A5.
boom bam move.
Oh!
Takes.
Mate!
Check.
Wow!
And here.
Such a pretty mate. Can you show the last move? क्योंकि mate है ना, ऐसे last देखा ना, last position of the mate. So you feel happy. Do you feel happy?
Yeah. So b4.
Yes.
It's surprising because when you play b4, you are actually sort of letting the bishop escape. So he went back. He took, check.
Oh, but Caruana still has 1 hour 36 minutes, Sagar.
Yes, because...
And Duda has started thinking.
Because this is... and now actually is the first time that Caruana is thinking, because this might not be in his prep, this last move.
Rook fd8, right. I mean, he would have prepared the computer's recommendations, which were rook e8. But come on, you don't feel like moving this rook away. Then there is also rook d8. The same thing, psychologically, you just don't feel like moving it. And a3 is the most natural because you're threatening a checkmate in one move. And rook b1 stops the mate. So this rook fd8, I'm sure, yes, Caruana is not prepared.
Right.
But he knows that if any other move, then they're not the best. And he will get advantage. So he also is figuring out how to get advantage.
Let's see how Caruana responds. But meanwhile, we have news that Vidit Gujarati has gotten an advantage here. Because after bishop f5, when we checked, he took and jumped in here. And we actually saw knight d7, Amrita. So whatever we analyzed has happened. The best move was knight a6. But Nepo, after 7 minutes of thought, plays knight d7. Vidit, still in his prep, I believe, goes h3 with the idea of g4. And here, his opponent plays rook a d8.
Yeah, this was my question. I mean, I didn't go deep, but this was the question. If not rook a8.
It's a very difficult position to actually capitalize here. Because your opponent has one idea now and you need to stop it. It's a very deeply prophylactic move. White to move. What do you play? Think about it. What is your move? It's a very, very tough move, but it's a logical move. You also need to tell me why are you playing that move? Not only the move, but what is the reason? By the way, ChessBase India itself has sent a some support towards help chess. Thank you so much. 101 great initiative
Guys,
has
do
sent.
try to write your real names, as Sagar says. Just easier, because it's going to be very difficult for you otherwise to get the certificate.
Someone said prophylactic. What is the meaning
Yes,
of
I was going to
prophylactic?
ask you to explain.
Prophylaxis is basically if an opponent has a good plan in the position, you are trying to stop it. So here, let's say
Preparing it pehle se. Matlab, if there is winter coming up, then you have to travel to that country. You will get all the jackets there.
yes,
ऐसा नहीं कि उधर when you go there, then you feel a lot of cold, then you actually get cold and sardi and khasi, and then you buy a jacket.
so prophylaxis is exactly what Amruta says. When you go to a cold place and make sure you have the right clothes with you,
Yeah.
you are taking prophylaxis against
Or
cold.
when it is going to rain outside, but you carry an umbrella, which Sagar never does prophylaxis for that.
And let's say if you play a3, then your opponent will go rook fe8. So wants to trade the rooks. That's the reason why the right move is, for all those who mentioned, queen e3 is a great move, stopping e8, and that could be
Wow,
the reason
Seema,
why.
very well done. She absolutely wrote queen e3 to stop rook f8.
And also, guys, Vidit could think about playing bishop d2, but after rook e8, rook e1, take. The problem is that there is a check here, and you lose this important pawn. So rook a d8 has been played. We'll see how this goes. Let's go to the next game. On our screen now, we have the game of Gukesh. Gukesh playing against Wang Hao. And Gukesh has the black pieces. And let's take it. I think, Amrita, we can cover all these games in one, because it's only this much, so we can close everything.
2-3 we can keep open, easy to shift in time pressure. Whatever.
So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Guys, what is the opening that Gukesh has played today?
And your choices are Ragozin, Queen's Gambit accepted, and Grunfeld.
Yes. Nimzo Indian is correct,
एक
guys.
कान से सुना दूसरे कान से निकाल दिया.
Queen
Thank you.
c2.
This is for your super chat, for your contribution.
So queen c2 is the move that was played. This is known as the classical variation. It was popularized by many players, but Kramnik played a lot of games. And then Magnus has played this as well with white. Gukesh plays d5 in the center. Takes. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, castles. Amruta, can you take us through the next moves of this opening?
But you are an expert, Sagar, in Nimzo Indian. So white goes e3 here, wanting to keep his bishop on d3, and this is always some weakness there. So c5 strikes in the center. So many times we are seeing this when white's king is in the center, black is challenging it with c5. What does he do? Oh, Wang Hao takes the pawn and says that, okay, I am not worried about my king, but Gukesh develops his bishop. He's not taking this pawn back. So what is his idea, Sagar?
He wants to go knight here and then take it with his knight. That is his plan. So knight f3, and he goes knight bd7, c6 played. Now, so Wang Hao says, instead of letting you have an isolated pawn, I'm going to give up my pawn and give you doubled pawn, hanging pawns. Now,
Oh, he prefers this structure for black, like as white, right?
yeah, and then Gukesh goes queen a5, and this is not going to be easy. How to sort of play with white, because Gukesh has a very simple plan to take here. Let's say if you castle,
Yeah.
he might want to just take and spoil the structure for white. So,
But double bishop advantage is okay with white in that sense.
yes, because then Amruta, somehow you have this position a little bit closed. You want to play c4 and open it, but I'll go c5. And if you do play c4, then I can take already and exchange one of your bishops. And this should not be worse for black. So I have one question to the chat. Let's imagine that white says, I don't want my structure to be spoiled. You know, when you take, I want to take with the queen. When you take with the queen, I want to take with the piece, not with the pawn and make it isolated. So if you play rook c1, what is the best move for black here? Black to play. Arbiter Vivek says, I think Vishy's contribution has helped Indian youngsters a lot. Glad to see 25% of Indians in top 16 of the World Cup. On World Cup stream for the first time, CBI reaching next level day by day. Arey, Arbiter Vivek, great to see you. And also, this tournament has been epic for India, and it is improving. I think now it's getting even better. Because we are getting closer to the end of the event, where we'll have maybe someone reaching the candidates. Yes, all those who have said here, guys, knight e4 is also an excellent move, but you can instantly go and snatch the pawn, queen a2. Those who wanted to take this, why? This is already pinned. This knight is like that guy who is sort of has no say in any matters. He's just sitting there in the house. So queen a5, of course, pinning here. Now we need to see what is the next thing that Wang Hao does, and I think he will play castle. And if Gukesh manages to even draw today, he can push tomorrow with white. This is exactly how he played against SL Narayanan. He drew with black and he pressed with white and won. Let's see if that happens. We'll also go and check if Vidit has made his move or not, because Vidit here after no he hasn't played. He's thinking, and I think rightly so, because Vidit has to play queen e3 to stop rook e8. It's not a simple move, but it is an important one to find. If he doesn't find it, he won't get an advantage. Okay, we have one more game that we wanted to check. Praggnanandhaa versus Berkes. Ferenc Berkes. So we saw till b5, bishop d3, bishop d6, castles, b3, bishop b7, bishop b2. Now b4 was played, pushing the knight away. The knight came to a4. And guys, what is the next move that should be played? Black to play. Thank you so much for your contribution. Sorry, Future Shah says the contributor with 422 believers today. Thank you. Yes, Shri Ram Rangachari, Pavle Tabadze, Dharmik Thanki, Shreyas, Angad, Top G, Rishikesh. Very good. C5 is the move. You open up, and actually Praggnanandhaa should be very happy with what position he has. Take, queen e2, rook c8. And for all the people who would be thinking, generally, what is the difference between a 2600 player and a 2700 plus player? Sometimes it's these little things. A 2600 player does not have often many new opening ideas up his sleeve, and this is exactly what we see is happening to Berkes here. he is playing something which is very, very normal. He is not putting that much pressure with the white pieces. And in a match format, this can get very tricky because Pragg can confidently hold a draw with black and then start pushing with white.
It's
Pragg,
equal, yeah. Pragg or b4. I like that pawn on b4. Is it a weakness or is it a solid pawn?
No, it looks okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good pawn. We have bishop defending it. Queen can go here. Rook can join in. So I like Pragg's position. Going to Harika's game against Goryachkina. Harika playing with black goes Queen's Gambit declined. Tarrasch variation. CDED. Knight f3, knight c6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, cd. And Dubo's Tarrasch is played here, Amruta. Guys, modern chess has become so interesting now that you can give up a pawn and just say, I have great compensation. Because if you take here, I'll take back here, threatening problems here. You castle and I'll castle.
Wow. And it's simply that rook is coming to d8. Knight will jump to e5 maybe. e5 and g4. Amazing.
It's just pure activity based.
Non-materialistic chess.
In earlier times, engine would have given this as plus equal. So no one would play it. But now with the engines getting deeper and stronger, they can see more moves ahead and they feel this position is equal. And that's why more people are playing this. Knight c3, queen e7.
So in the future, more gambit lines will start getting popular.
It's possible, and also, Amruta, it is also possible for someone to prepare deeply as white and snatch, like Goryachkina is doing. She's saying that yes, you have activity, but I think my position is okay. And if you don't play accurately, then I will get an advantage.
But I really like Harika's activity, and I don't think she will let the advantage slip away so easily. Like right now in this position, first it seems like you want to castle. I don't think there is any way to win the pawn back, right? By the way, everyone is in the chat saying VDOP is found something. What did he have to find, Sagar?
So Vidit had to find the move. We were talking about it, right? Rook e8 is the most important move to stop. So he has found queen e3. Guys, I must tell you that Vidit in this tournament has been quite different. And when I say, I don't say it in a way like he's not himself, that he's not playing well, but he's taking different decisions. Of course, not this one. This is a normal move. But even in previous games, he was taking quite a bit of risk.
Yeah. No, also queen e3 requires alertness, Sagar. Like rook e8 is definitely a threat. You are not developing. You're making another queen move when your bishop is on c1. So, still possible to miss it for some reason. So, nice move.
Yeah.
Because with Nepo, you have to be alert every single move.
With a top player, that is very important. And now, for Nepo, it's not so easy to find a move. Let's just imagine this bishop has no real squares to go to, right? Let's just say this. No real good squares. You can't come here, I'll take it. My bishop is there. You can't move this rook. Oh, he answered my question. I was asking what will he do? He comes in.
Queen c2. So he is right now saying your bishop on c1 cannot develop. Because anyway, you don't want to go bishop d2. क्योंकि इधर उसका no future. Anyway. So queen c2.
Amrita, if black had played this, I wanted to go bishop d2. Because then I can get my rook out.
You mean black can play that because he wants to remove it from this pin so that his knight gets free to go to f6. So queen c2, what is, maybe he does want to stop this and go bishop b8. That is one option. He pehle stop kiya aur bishop b8. What else is Vidit having? How is he going to develop these two guys there? Is my question.
Guys, what would you play here as white? And also we have a super chat.
Saket Rallabhandi says, been following ChessBase India for 9 years.
Guys, we are back. Sorry for that. Should be good now.
Lag. Okay, I'm checking. We're back.
Guys, we are back. Sorry for that.
Maybe some windows, if you want, we can close, which we don't need. Yes, guys, just refresh. Akshay P says, I went to restart my router for no reason. Akshay, just a bit of patience.
Yeah,
no, it's okay. It's okay now. And we were just reading the super chat by Saket, who mentioned, been following ChessBase India for 9 years. Great initiative to create awareness about chess and helping the deserving. So, thank you so much, Saket. And Sagar was saying that maybe he would be following even from before, since Sagar was writing on chessbase.com, right?
Yeah, maybe that's how it's been, because
Been
ChessBase India started 7 years ago. So, thank you for following. Okay, so Amruta, Vidit it's his move, and he has to, what is the move that Vidit can play here is the question.
Can find if thoda sa to idea. Bishop b8 is black's next move. Okay. Based on that, the first move which comes to the mind is a4, Sagar. a4. To my mind.
Why?
Another move which I'm just telling right now, candidates. Okay. Another candidate move which comes to the mind is knight on f3. Can you improve it either to h4? e5. Oh, knight e5 is a blunder. Knight e5 is a blunder because you can take bishop e5. Can you show? And then you lose the c5 pawn. Maybe this is one more threat.
Okay, anyway, Amruta, this is not going to be played, knight e5.
So a4 I like, Sagar. Because eventually b4, b5 is a plan. Queen d2 is also Nishant is suggesting. Queen d2, then there is a3 people have suggested. Knight e5, those who suggested doesn't really work.
Queen d2 I don't like.
b4 people have suggested.
Queen d2, the reason I don't like is, guys, take. And how does black equalize now? Black to play.
Isn't it simple? The whole idea of queen e3 is now gone.
It's gone. And by the way, Yash Jain says, hello Sagar, what do you think? Is it the golden phase of Indian chess? I agree, Yash, absolutely. And thank you for being one of the parts of making it golden by being a pillar of Indian chess for the last 11 months. Yeah,
rook f e8, absolutely right, guys.
And
you
now,
get a chance, then you challenge.
Even if I bring my rook in, the problem is I get my king in, and then mass exchanges, and this would be a draw. This is nothing. Yeah, I mean, even Vidit might start struggling here.
Yeah.
So queen c2, Vidit has to find something not so simple.
Can you tell us the engine recommended move, like the best move? Is it a4, b4, knight h4, or
b4,
nothing like that?
b4 is one.
Okay.
Knight e1 is one to get the queen out.
Very tough. Very tough.
Queen e1 is one more.
Queen e1 people had suggested, but I still find it very tough. You know the reason? Maybe you're stopping queen d1, but a question.
My idea could also be rook e2 to remove the queen, then develop the bishop to d2.
Where? Actually, the bishop eventually needs to develop only on d2.
Yeah, because it doesn't have too many squares to go to.
Then I like b4 because you free your bishop to go to bishop d2.
Yeah, I like it as well. But it does create some counterplay with a5, which needs to be worked out.
a3.
Although here bishop d2 is a strong move, Amruta.
Okay.
Because after ab4, I can take with the bishop. Now, just in general, guys, this position, let's say b4, and I'm trying to understand why this should be better for white. Okay, firstly, I do understand that this bishop has no scope as of now. This knight cannot move because the bishop would hang. There is no rook e8. So the first move that I would play is bishop b8. Now as white, suppose I develop my bishop. Now as black, you bring your knight here to get it here. The problem is this pawn drops. So in a way, you're still sort of boxed in while I am getting out. You know, like next move, I'm going a4, maybe b5, and I'm just expanding while you have no moves. Your knight can't move, your rook can't move, your other rook can't move. So this is the problem that is Nepo is facing. So I'm very keen to know if Vidit understands sort of this point. I'm sure he understands it, but can he continue in that? That okay, I want to play bishop d2, but my b2 is hanging, or maybe he just goes b3 first. But the problem is this check, queen e1, take, let's say whatever I take with, you go rook e8. So the question needs to be asked for sure that after b4, queen d1 check, what is it that white should play here? White to move. Jake Blue says, genuine question, can I sponsor a scholarship and call it Naughty Shah? I know sounds ridiculous, but still kind of fun. Blame Samay Sagarbai. You can do it if it helps a kid in need. Why not? We always ask our contributors that what is the name you want to keep for your scholarship, and we have no restrictions on that, whatever name, unless it's of course some bad word or something, we would not put it. But Naughty Shah is a good one. Yeah, I mean, there are many Naughty Shahs out there. And we have CG Ma'am says, Amruta and Sagar, you guys have been living living legends of Indian chess. People will remember you guys fondly in decades to come. Thanks for your great work. Thank you so much for your kind words, but
सब नाम भूल जाते हैं बट सब नाम भूल जाते हैं मेरी तरह.
So all those who are saying Amruta queen e1, guys, you haven't understood the position well. Just rook e8.
Exactly, what are these people doing? I'm really liking that they are getting a scolding from Sagar right now.
And the move is knight e1.
So it is about, a challenge is about to assess that I'm going back with my knight and my position is still very powerful.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about, right, Amruta? We spoke about the fact that you cannot play anything active with black.
Yeah.
Nothing's moving.
So firstly, amazing opening which Vidit has got. Plus, now he's finding each and every move. But it is still so difficult, Sagar, because Nepo, who entered into something like this, his assessment would be like, okay, I'm fine. I don't think I'm so bad. Like, that's the reason he went into
you know,
this.
Amruta, it's kind of a situation where, you know, there are people who have a very, very sort of stable lifestyle. They go to the job every day, they work, but they don't like it so much, but they are doing it normal, you know, like life is not that great and so on. But on the outside, everything looks great. But they know from deep within that it's not good. So if you call someone and say, this is black's position, they'll be like, oh, nice. Rook is developed, knight is developed, bishop is developed, queen is active, king is safe, everything is good. But then when you go deeper, you will realize, वही सुबह जाने का, वही
B7, वही C7, वही D7.
So somewhere, you know, with its position is much more interesting because while the bishop is not developed, the rook is inside. Vidit is living this life of his dreams. You know, he's like, pursue your passion. Yeah, get this.
Basketball खेलूंगा.
Money is not so critical. I'm just enjoying myself and so on.
So many people are like फालतू में roast हो गया, सागर roasting. Guys, if you are in that situation, थोड़ा बैठो, थोड़ा सोचो, खुद को knight की तरह, ये bishop की तरह. Get out of that.
Okay, guys, that is up to you. What is your life situation? That was just an analogy, but clearly
इतना seriously मत लो. Don't get out of that.
we could go knight e1, Amruta.
Okay, this
And
is tough.
if you go queen f5, I can start to push with b4. It's not so simple. I think Nepo has to make some moves like f6 with the idea of rook f7.
Okay, this is tough, Sagar. We understood the position. We'll get back here, but
Okay.
can we look at other games as well?
Can we go and check?
Magnus versus Ivanchuk. Why? No, let's
Oh, sorry.
why,
I
why-
made a mistake.
Magnus' king is still in the center. Which opening was it?
They played the Catalan. And Ivanchuk played the solid system. He played the closed Catalan. And Magnus played h4. Now this move is gaining lot of popularity. This move h4 in Catalan structures. Whoa!
Oh man!
Sukrati has found b4, guys. Vidi, great move. That is a great move. He's playing some of the best chess right now. And Nepo will feel the pressure. Nepo will surely feel the pressure. Although now I want to guess what Nepo's next move would be.
Wow. But one more question I would be very keen to ask Vidit sometimes, Sagar. The question would be, what is the assessment in his mind for this position? Like for us, maybe the engine says it's 1 plus 1.
No, it's a
But
good
over there,
question.
he might think, okay, it is very slight initiative because.
But I
things are
feel
not-
with it, first of all, prepared himself until this point. If you look, he was at 129. So he knows
Oh,
the
130
essence.
actually.
Yeah, he knows the essence of the position, that it's all about the e-file control, sort of bind. Because when you prepare, you also know some games in that line.
Hmm.
So somewhere, but yeah, this was a new idea. So I don't know how deep he went. But the fact that he's played b4, I'm already super impressed.
Wow. So A5, Nepo style is definitely A5, Sagar. So I have no doubt that Nepo will play
Nepo
A5.
will play a5. I also think so. And then how easy or difficult it is for Vidit to play bishop d2, because it's a very logical move. You are developing your piece, but somewhere you know you don't want to break your structure.
The pawn there on A2. So first instance, I think it will be easier to play bishop d2 if you find what the issue is for A3. And if at all there is an issue.
Yeah, maybe there is no issue. And actually this is also a strong move. It's also playable.
Wow.
So b4 by Vidit was an important move, I feel, because once you play b4, you know the plan is now a4, b5.
Okay, one last question. Queen d1 check you had mentioned, okay, where the knight has to pull itself back. Chalo.
Knight must go back.
Yeah. So here, black still cannot
now
move
we
the
can
rook
go
on
a5
a8.
because now there is no bishop d2.
What I like is this zugzwang, Sagar. सब लोग this can't come to e8, मतलब ये नहीं हिल सकता है. This can't move because it has to protect d7. This can't move because c7 will be hanging, and this bishop could have moved right now, but even if it moved, still this can't move. As you mentioned, b7 will be hanging. So in general, Nepo's pieces, what is
I have one question. I have one question. Check knight e1 a5. What is a great move for white here?
People already suggesting. Is it bishop b2?
No. Because guys, bishop b2. Think what black will do to bishop b2, and then find your move.
It takes b4 black. Oh no, sorry. Bishop
Queen is hanging.
Queen is hanging. It was a pretty decent
Pata
move.
nahi says this position should be sponsored by Fevicol. Sabko chipka ke rakhe.
Oh, that's a good one. Pata nahi.
Actually, all those who said a4, this is a crazy move. This is such an amazing move because you are taking away the a4 square from the queen.
So tell me what happens if a takes b4.
Yes, now guys, your next move, white to play. What do you do?
CCM चल रहा है? एक बार ट्राई करो.
नहीं चल रहा. Guys, this move will blow your mind. You know, like,
So they should not find it, you mean?
no, it's just unbelievable, this move.
Once again, let me just say the theme. You want to trap the queen.
Trap the queen.
And for that, is it Profila?
Yes.
Yes.
F3. All those who said F3, all those who
Let
said
me see.
even G4, because with both these moves, what you are doing is you are shutting down the queen's path to go
Omkar,
back.
Aditya, Sapna, Yash, Amar, Ritesh.
And guys, there's no way. Like, let's say you go bishop G3, I go bishop B2, queen is trapped. Khatam, Tata, Khalas, goodbye.
Oh man, this is so like you suddenly get these kind of tactics which are positional tactics, yeah. In a
No,
way.
but this move, Amruta, this is such a super move. First A4. Because many people will think, oh, if you play bishop B2, my queen will run away from here. What's the big deal? So you take, and then suddenly door is shut. Pehle, first door got shut was A4. Queen was going here.
Ban karo.
Yeah, and then the second door got shut.
नाइस हाँ ना वो क्वीन अकेली वो बोली मैं रानी हूँ झांसी की रानी हूँ बट
Oh, he gave a check. He gave a check. Now, guys, if Vidit will play Queen E1, I am going to shut the stream off.
no not shut.
Yes, yes.
I'm not going to shut this.
No, you can't play Queen E1. Come on. You build this entire big building, and then with one just hammer, your big hammer, you're just going to bulldozer, you're going to make it fall or what? No, but we are getting close to this tactic. Knight E1, and then Nepo might get excited with A5, you go A4.
But Nepo is that guy who will not miss such tactics with A4.
Can't say. Okay, guys, we'll come back here, but Vidit should play Knight E1. Just tell us what he does. Meanwhile, what is up with Praggnanandhaa? His position, we saw till Rook C8. Ferenc Berkes played Bishop A6. Pragg took, and now played Knight D5. I feel Pragg somehow is getting a bit ambitious here, Amruta. With the knight coming in.
Shouldn't he, Sagar?
Yeah, he should.
Of course, we keep saying, if this was white, we keep saying, look at that C3 square.
Yeah,
that's what he has. I'm sure Pragg slowly is going to push this. It's a great chance.
Maybe he will push, or maybe this will end in a very quick draw.
No quick draw, Sagar. Bet lagayega.
Haan.
Pragg will win.
Oh, it's too much. I mean, white has very simple moves. Rook C1, Rook D1. But okay.
It's fine, but I love the pawn on B4. That's the hero. VD played Knight E1.
No, don't. I want to see with my... Yes.
Oh my god.
Stream goes on, guys. Stream goes on.
Were you confident? Like, did you have a doubt that we will not play Knight E1?
Well, for me personally, I never doubted. Especially when you build up such a position and play Queen E3. You are not... Like, this is basic level of prophylaxis. You know that you are Rook E8 and suddenly all that you have built is gone.
It's like you study for 1 year for board exam or maths ka subject, and then suddenly you don't see the timetable, you go for the science paper.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah.
Amruta, very good.
Have you done that?
so Amruta, now I think Nepo has to really switch on his thinking cap here and try to do something very drastic. Because Vidit has a simple idea of A4, F3, Darwaza band karo, Bishop B2, trap the queen.
Yeah. No, but Nepo should... Spurs says Nepo should do Queen A4. Now, if he plays Queen A4, still the question is, what is the queen doing there?
Yeah, it's at least stopping this A4 B5 idea. But I will play Bishop D2, which was my plan, and I'll still ask you the question. Bhai, kar kya rahe ho? Kehna kya chahte ho?
Correct, exactly. That queen seems like कि वो world tour पे जा रही है and the whole family is over there dependent on each other.
Hey Amruta, I have one question. If you play A5, what would you do here with white? Because white move, guys, also I want your thoughts.
Nice question. I like a move which is queen b3. Now,
Yeah, Sakar Chess says, can black play g5? It's a very, very responsible decision that you need to make. Yeah, you can't just play g5.
are you
But
saying Sakar is irresponsible?
no, it's a very interesting. He wants to play bishop f4. I get it. It's an interesting idea.
Nice. Creative.
All those who say here, this move, Pavle Tabatze, you're very strong, Pavle. Also, who else? Asif Zaman, very good. Some of them have found this, Amruta, this idea with queen b3. And it's such a anti-intuitive move.
Yeah,
because
until now you are saying कि यार queen e1 किया तो stream shut and all of that, and suddenly queen b3.
Because now what has happened is this pawn is hanging, and when you take here, I can take here, but I can also
Go rook a7.
boom.
And now black doesn't have time to go rook. I mean, he can go rook e8, but it's like my
it's
other
straight.
rook is active.
Take and I'll take here.
That's
and
the
this
whole
rook
point.
was good, but this is even better. This is hanging pawn
So
up.
अच्छे के लिए छोड़ दियो
Yeah.
the e7 rook.
Yeah. I mean, you have to find. I mean, if you find
Better
someone
ideas.
good,
If you find some better ideas.
g5, bishop b2. Okay, I'm getting a bit excited here, guys. Will Vidit actually sort of get a very substantial advantage here? Because currently he is doing really well, and I'm unable to find great moves for Nepo. I think one move which I do find is b6. This does seem interesting. But we will come back here and see what Nepo does. Maybe he'll go b6, which might be the strongest move here. We go to Magnus Carlsen versus Vasily Ivanchuk. We saw until h4. Ivanchuk took. Magnus took. Queen takes c4. Knight jumped to d5. Magnus said, trade the bishops. h6. Bishop takes e7. Queen takes e7. e4. Knight b6. Queen goes back. And e5. Ivanchuk makes this very nice pawn sacrifice, Amruta, because after take, he has a very, very cool move.
Wow, I love that move. I'm sure chat will find it, but still, let's see.
I'm not even understanding why he had to play e5. Queen c3, knight a4, queen b3. Oh.
Can you explain?
Yes, guys, knight a4 is the move here. So e5, d e5, knight a4, hitting the queen. And if you play queen b3, my knight jumps here, Amruta. And that is why if this pawn was here, you couldn't do it. So Ivanchuk sacked the pawn.
No, but still I don't get it. Queen c2 खेला तो?
Abhi ya pehle?
Abhi.
Well, if you do this.
नहीं पहले ही ना actually. Why will I even allow a tempo to you?
Look at this tactic now, Amruta.
अच्छा, here.
You take here, check. God.
Wow, it's the knight fork with the king in the center.
So, if you say that here you would
d5,
play this,
knight a4, queen c2 directly.
then I give a check.
And for knight d2, you just win the pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that a lot?
No,
Or
this is
is this-
amazing. Ivanchuk, I think Magnus missed e5. Because if e5 was not played here, Magnus could have a small edge because of his
Later,
center. Yeah.
Wow, what a timing and alertness. You know, if Ivanchuk beats Magnus, it would be the most unexpected result.
Maybe. Okay, maybe. I don't agree with you, Amruta.
No, of course not.
By the way, guys,
Sama is red. Lot of people are coming, so maybe seems like that. Was he streaming?
no, I know. It's just fun for fun. Guys, let's go to Vidit's game because Nepo has played bishop b8. And Amruta, can we close the first door here? Can we close the first door? a4. Guys, first door is closed. Pahla darwaza band ho chuka hai. For whom? For the queen. No longer can go here. It's kind of trapped by next move. If I can get f3, your game is done. dusted. Okay, you have knight f6. But can I go f3? Amruta, he wants to
B8 has
play.
been
He wants to
played.
play rook fe8. No, not rook fe8 is a blunder.
Wait, is the queen not getting trapped now? Bishop
Oh,
b2.
got it. Bishop b2.
If rook
And
e7,
takes,
queen e7.
and
If
this is
queen,
hanging.
yeah.
But if you start with, that's why a very important move, rook d8. Because then
You
can
can't trap. Got it.
take, and this is not hanging, so I play here, and black is winning.
Oh yeah, because you cannot defend all the weaknesses there. So what does Vidit has to be careful
So Vidit
about?
plays a4. He goes knight f6.
No, it didn't happen.
No, I'm saying this will happen.
If at all.
And now he can actually go be greedy VD and take this up. And then his opponent can go rook here. But then there's the only move for white, guys, to be in the game. What is it? White to play.
Pretty obvious though. But Cross Hollow says, bhai, is so complicated. Ramakrishna says, anyone help me please? According to YouTube, chess is which category? Gaming or sports?
Sports.
Sports, bhai, sports.
Yes, all those who have said.
Rook e7, so many of them have said. Bishop b2, so many of them have said. And
Guys,
even queen d2 or queen d3.
Queen
many...
d2 is blunder. Rook takes e1.
Same with queen d3. Like you lose the knight.
Yeah, and rook e7 is a blunder.
Because just Sagar showed you, right?
And this is hanging. So the only move here, and very powerful move, is actually
Bishop b2.
Bishop b2. And now
So queen a1.
Queen a1, Bishop a1.
And rook e3, fe3.
Pawn up.
Superb. Yeah, advantage.
So guys, this seems like very, very good for Vidit if he plays the move a4, cutting the queen out from going here and also preparing b5.
Yeah.
It's a dual move, but it's also a little bit.
Yeah, tactically you need to be precise. So it all depends. Sometimes, when you're playing against a player like Nepo, what do you try to assess is, array, this guy loves tactics and dynamic positions, and is there anything I might miss? You kind of have a lot of respect for your opponent.
But I think Vidit does not have that much respect for Nepo because he's already played this game.
In terms of level, you said.
Yeah, in this game. I'm not talking in general.
Got it. How difficult is it to play a4 given how little the margin is? Asks Ramit.
Yeah, it's not easy, but it's also not impossible because it has a very clear function of trapping this queen, a4 and f3. So I don't see it as an impossible move. It also has a lot to do with the ghosts that Vidit will see in the position. Like for example, a4, knight f6. And here to see the move after rook b7, rook e8, you suddenly feel, no, I don't want to go into it. But if you go one more deeper, you see, oh, bishop b2 and you're simply pawn up. So this is the level of calculation that is needed.
It's now a lot of calculation and strategy being mixed. Okay, so that's
if we have to talk about calculation, let's go to the guy who calculates brilliantly, and that is Gukesh. We saw until queen a5. Castling did happen by Wang Hao. Takes knight e4 by Gukesh, attacking here. He went rook fc1.
And Gukesh goes c5. I think this is a position to Gukesh's liking, for sure.
Yeah, this is a very fluid position. And I think Gukesh will have a small weakness here. But it is well protected. His rook is active. His queen is active. His knight is active. His bishop is active. So for white having a superior pawn structure and two bishops, the advantage that black has is of active pieces.
And that isolated pawn could become a passer and a danger. Let's not forget it.
Yeah.
Okay. So VD missed what did he play?
So this is Gukesh's position.
Just to quickly
he hasn't
played. No, that's not true. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game because we saw predicting...
Let's look at Arjun first. I want to look at Arjun, what he's doing after rook d8. This did happen, Amruta, as we anticipated. Queen b5, and then takes did happen, rook d8, queen e8, takes did happen, knight e8, bishop b5, king f8, rook d1, king e7,
Oh,
b3.
he is just in time to stop rook d8 because that would have been a disaster.
Yeah.
b3.
King
But
e7.
still, you cannot develop this guy yet. And if you want to go b6, that's a commitment to,
But can I
let
not
go of
push
this
you
square.
a6?
I like that. I like that.
I'm not so sure, Amruta. Because let's say a6, bishop takes e8.
Computer doesn't like. What? Bishop e8? You won't go back?
No, let's take, because I can go bd7 here and I should be good.
Bishop d7 and bishop c6. But knight e5? No, I'm not very sure about this.
Knight d6.
And you are happy?
Yeah.
I mean,
In general, I'm happy.
Are you happy after knight d7?
I'm happy in life, Amruta. If you don't, with you, I'm very happy.
If you don't what? If you don't stop.
If you don't go away.
What did you have in your mind? Be honest, Sagar. You're toning everything. I understand. But b3, I think if you have anything better than a6, that is jumping with the knight to d6 already, attacking this bishop. So this does look that Arjun can defend. Not a big danger.
Yeah, chat everyone saying.
First gaya.
Please vote
First
for.
gaya saved.
Please vote for Abhishek. And I was thinking, अभिषेक नाम का कौन सा GM वर्ल्ड कप में खेल रहा है और वोट क्यों कर? Then I realized that Big Boss में.
कौन सा?
Guys.
Okay.
Big Boss में कोई वोट नहीं करने वाला यहाँ से. Please don't spam.
The stream smooth. Why does everybody like smooth? I think they learn a lot of tactics from you, Sagar.
But I think this was the first time in Big Boss there are some YouTubers who have gone there, and that's why a lot of interest on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't care about Big Boss. But here we have Vakar who had asked a question which was very interesting, which even I had a question, that Wang Hao had retired, right? He had announced his retirement.
Yeah.
So how come he's back and playing this important event?
I would say Samay is responsible for him coming back.
Why?
Because we did Chess Super League, me, Samay, Nodwin together. And Wang Hao played there. I think it was his first tournament coming out of retirement. From there, he sort of started playing more and more.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa has gone rook to rook fd1, queen b6. And when his opponent took, he decided to take with the a pawn. Now, guys, I did an interview with Praggnanandhaa after he won the Geza Hetenyi Memorial. Remember that tournament in Hungary where he crossed 2700?
Name I won't remember.
Yes. Just two weeks ago, or so maybe a month ago. And there he said that he had a different approach towards things where he wanted to just keep the game going. It didn't matter whether he was better. It didn't matter whether he had a plan. He just wanted to keep on playing. And that helped him to win an equal endgame against Sun and Sujiro. Very equal. And I think that's what Pragg wants to do even here. He will continue playing. Maybe he'll go f6, king f7, rook d8 and so on.
Yeah, also I love that his pawns are doubled on b6
Amruta,
and b4.
Something happened in the game of Vidit. No, guys.
यार क्या ही सब झूठ बोल रहे guys.
No, but
maybe they have seen in the, because so many people cannot see that. Okay, we will come back here later once again.
Let's go to Harika. Because Harika seems to have kind of equalized beautifully. She was a pawn down. Goryachkina went back. Queen e7, preventing the queen trade. Very important when you're down in material. Rook d8, she's a pawn down. We saw till here. Knight a4, bishop c7, knight c5, bishop d5. And this is the board position we have. Again, queen is very active. There is some pressure here.
What would you say about Goryachkina, Sagar?
I feel that Goryachkina is very, very solid, very strong. She has played a world championship before against Zhu Wenjun, but lost it. She's a very, very big talent in Russian chess. In fact, at some point she was also playing in the open sections, like in the Russian championship. She had once played amongst men, and I was feeling that she would be like the next Judith, sort of.
Absolutely.
That's the feeling you get. In fact, on a personal level, whenever I've tried to interview her, it's never been easy. There is first of all a language barrier because she doesn't speak such great English, but on other occasions also she's not been very keen on speaking. She has this very sort of disciplined look to her. When she's at a tournament, she's very focused, and that just sort of shows in everything that she does. And but I feel like she's sort of slowed down a bit in the last couple of years, because she was close to 2600 for quite some time.
And the most important thing, you're right, she was playing in a lot of men's event, creating a big upsets. So we did think that she would be world champ. I mean, of course, there's still a lot of many years. She's still very young, but it's a very tough opponent for Harika.
Yeah.
If Harika can beat her, just an amazing result. Also, I love Harika's choice of, giving up the pawn and getting this activity, because somewhere Goryachkina is also kind of a player who loves this piece activity.
Right.
So until that discomfort exists, it's kind of a dangerous situation. So Goryachkina will try to, do something to get out of that discomfort.
Right. Let's see what happens here. We'll come back. Meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati has played his move Bishop B2, which was a slightly inaccurate move. The main reason for the inaccuracy was that the queen can now settle on a very, very good square on A4. And I think, Amruta, somewhere Vidit might have misassessed something, because clearly now black seems to be doing okay. Because the next plan could be to first remove the pawn from B7, maybe with B5. Now no one can trap the queen here. It's very tough to trap it. Also, the rook is tied down because now the A pawn hangs. So all in all,
A3 you need to play her. I agree with you that queen A4, though instinctively it feels like what the hell is that queen doing? Like it came to F5, then it went to C2, then it went to A4. Doesn't look good. But here Vidit had a plan. Maybe he went knight D3, and maybe he feels this as a safe spot.
No, let's look at his idea. Yeah, Nepo plays this. So
he plays such
because
instantly.
because Nepo has only one idea, right, Amruta? He wants to go rook E8, so he goes here. But there's a question to be answered here.
Yeah, rook B7.
Yeah, can you take this pawn?
Exactly. Why isn't he winning a pawn? Simply.
I get it. So guys, now it's an important move for black. What do you play?
Maybe Vidit missed this because it's not so easy, right? You just feel like you're winning a pawn. So you kind of, you can't go knight f6. And you just discard there.
Yeah.
Shubham asks queen b3 instead of knight d3.
Possible. It was possible, but then take rook e8. That we have seen, right? It's because this time the bishop defends the a pawn. Not rook f8, that is the key point. Not rook f8. Because then Vidit goes here. And I think he's happy with this outcome.
But what if... there is no time for queen c2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly. Because the rook is hanging. So preferably, you should go rook this one. So that after I bring my rook back,
very
you can
tactical.
Take and then jump in with your queen, attacking here and here. Oh, there's queen e3.
e3. Sorry,
I was thinking rook e8.
But queen f3.
Queen
maybe.
f3, yeah. So then maybe
then
here,
why not? What's
first
the
you
problem?
can start with, I was thinking first rook e8. But the best move here is knight e4, cutting the queen off and then threatening this.
Also f2 is so weak then.
So I think with it...
Oh, this is tough, Sagar.
Maybe that's the only thing, right? Rook b7. Otherwise, I don't know what he must have missed.
Yeah, don't take. Let's say you just ignore that.
And do what?
A3. Like
I think A3 makes sense because you can't move the knight. This is hanging on B4. You can't move the rook. A2 is hanging. So you go A3, save everything. And then he goes rook E8.
Then you go... Suddenly your bishop on b2 is a bad bishop, you know. Then
And
now
suddenly
you
he's
feel
threatening,
that.
suddenly he's threatening to take and enter or bring rook
Hmm.
e8. So Nepo is actually not just
Oh,
back in the
not
game,
easy,
guys.
not easy.
He is actually doing very well. And I think for Vidit, maybe a good idea is to take here. And then maybe in this position, sort of.
No, I would. This looks very
Yeah, this
scary,
looks
actually. Very
dangerous.
scary because it's
With
not even just
this,
one
this,
move
this.
go wrong and you would just lose. So, but this is the current scenario, no? Knight f6 and Vidit is thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe something better, something more solid. Okay, we will come back to it. Yes, Vidit did miss it, but I wouldn't completely say that what he had to find was very easy. It was, every move was difficult.
Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa still in the same position. Ivanchuk versus Carlsen has moved a bit forward. Ivanchuk took here. Queen takes, knight c5, rook c1. And this is the board position. I don't know if Ivanchuk can go in and snatch a pawn. That does seem possible. But rook e1 and then f5 and knight c3. This is what he might want to do. I don't know. Magnus has given up a pawn, Amruta, and Ivanchuk can take it. But you know, think about the dynamics here. Magnus has given up a pawn, and you have to trust in yourself and take it.
Tell me something. How much age difference between you and Ivanchuk?
22 years, I think.
So how much age difference between Magnus and Ivanchuk?
Same almost.
Same, right? You're of the same age. So 20. he will trust. He will
What?
play.
What was this question?
You had asked no whether he will trust or not.
By the way, guys, today, if you see on our stream, every time we have something that we are telling you about. Today, if you see on top of us, there's a help chess bar where we have believers, whoever sends in money at helpchess.org are recognized and we talk about them. But we also have a subscriber meter where we have subscribers growing all the time. We have reached almost
12.5, guys.
12,51,000.
1251 is our goal. And we are reaching 10 subscribers away from 700 round figure.
Yes. And next to it, we have ChessRanga.com. It's an interactive chess website developed by ChessBase India. That is us. We've been working on it for now quite some time. And we would greatly appreciate if you go there, check it out, and please play around a bit with it. We have earlier, there was a login on chessranga.com. Now we've opened it up. We want more people to try it, and we will try to make it as interesting as possible. So very quickly, if I have to tell you about it, this is ChessRanga. Was it open in some?
Yes, no, but
This only.
full screen.
Yeah, so this is ChessRanga, and here you can train on interactive chess website. And this is something that we've spent a lot of time, energy to build it. So please do go and check it out. It would really mean a lot to us. I've put in 2 exercises today from the World Cup. If you see the first 2, Vidit and Hikaru versus Pragg. So if you click here, it asks you, do you want to watch the video or do you want to solve positions? If you say click watch video, then there are questions in the video. Like for example, the video is playing, but when it reaches this point and Praggnanandhaa plays g5, then it stops and says Pragg has just pushed his pawn to g5. What is the best move for Hikaru? And so you have to answer it. What is the best move? You need to make the move. Let's say you play a3, the move Hikaru played. This was played in the game, but it is an incorrect move. Black is winning after bishop a5. So you get some feedback. Then you play d4, which is the correct move. This is absolutely right, the main point behind it. And you try to understand and learn. And then it moves forward. Then it asks you the next question. What should you do here? And It will really, really help you to get better in an interactive way, because I have always felt that chess is all about trying it out. It's not about just sitting there and listening. It's like you need to get it rolling. So please go there and try it out on chessranga.com. This is something, go there every day. We have one position put up to solve. Here you can go in and say solve a position, and then the same thing without a video. If you want to do it, you can try. If you click here, the video opens up. You can actually try and watch it there. So there are many things here. Explore it. In fact, every day I will put up a video, and if you like it, please do let us know how it is. And
Oh yes,
sorry,
link. I don't know if I added the link in the description.
yeah, we'll put the link in
But
the
I have put it
description.
right now on the chat, guys. chessranga.com. It's also there. It's very easy, very simple. But Sagar, a few people have tried. Akash says it's amazing. Rishi says this is nice. Have tried ChessRanga, really nice, says Bhaswati Chatterjee. Wow.
This is our dream project. Basically, we want to build it into one of the
Solid function, says Manas.
most exciting platform where people can come and learn completely. Like if you go here, some videos are of course playing videos, but let's say here Vidit's video, you want to watch video, then I am actually talking.
We all know
about it
Vidit
and I'm
Gujarati is a
analyzing.
white.
And I have this
So he
habit
played
of
knight
asking-
d7. F4 was played. And now your first question for the game. What should black play in this position?
So here's the question. What should black play? And we'll go to the game next. What should black play here?
No, it is not paid. It is a free website, guys. Gautam says, "Hey Sagar, I'm a software engineer and I can help you in build this project. Do let me know if you need me."
Thank you, Gautam. If you can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com, we will definitely reach out to you.
And Dev Kumar says, "Please set a tutorial so that people can get a tour of the website."
Yes, will do. And by the way, the move here has been mentioned by Vikrant Pawar. In fact, with its opponent played b5 here, which was not a good move. Knight c5, winning the bishop. So amazing. The knight comes to c5 and chops off the bishop on
Yeah,
d5.
the only thing you have to read those comments in Sagar's voice.
Okay, guys, that was all about ChessRanga. Please go and check it out. We would really appreciate you visiting the website every single day. We will be putting more and more stuff.
And we have Gukesh Ambani sent 123 rupees. Thank you. Guys, come on. Real names, guys. Yeah, I can't say that it can't be real at all. It's possible. But please. Karthik says, Pragg said in an interview, Hikaru's recap videos of classical games day before helped him in tiebreaks. Was it giving a stick and getting hit?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Hikaru, of course, many things about him as a player. He's not very active as a professional player, but he does few things from the perspective of becoming, he's a streamer. So not many people are able to take full advantage of what he is doing, but Pragg took it in the best possible way because he watches his streams, he knows how he thinks, and he knew that in a must-win situation, he will go for this knight c6, d6, g6 line, which he actually prepared in between the two games. So, it does reveal things.
Imagine, no, his video, you see it once, twice, thrice, finding these little things. That also requires a lot of hard work in such given less time to do that.
True. But that's where I think Pragg's overall ability to consume information helped him yesterday, because he watches Hikaru streams. He watches a lot of videos on YouTube. In fact, I think Pragg follows what we put up quite regularly. He many times is well aware. And not many players do that. For example, I don't think Gukesh checks so many things. So each player has their own skills there. And Pragg managed to use it to the best of his ability.
Yeah. how Anish Giri, I think we know
Yeah,
how
yeah.
much he can consume that way.
Absolutely.
But as Sachin says, looks like ChessRanga also has some positional puzzles and not just tactics. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
No, we are very much building it up into a platform where you can train every single thing, but not just like, my aim is not to just teach you in a structured way, but to give you more and more material. Like even these commentaries, right? You are watching it. It's not like you are learning something very specific. Oh, positional prophylaxis, yeah, queen e3 move, and so on. It's more like you're just learning that there's a position, find the best move. There's a position, find the best move. And if in chess you can do that, you're already on the way to
Basically,
improvement.
you're developing your intuition. It's like when we went to a foreign country. Let's say we went 89 days. We had a 90-day visa. First time we go actually 50 days to Spain and Germany. And then we don't know. We realize, oh, ये रास्ता है. This is towards tournament hall. यहाँ पे ticket है. यहाँ पे this is how we stay, supermarket and all of that. Now next time when we went to some other place, let's say it is Germany, it's not like we need to remember all those roads. It's just like how we figured out how to travel, how we figured out how to buy the tickets, and all of how to make budget trips that way. And then we stay 89 days out of 90. So that's how you develop intuition.
Okay, going to Amruta, by the way, Gukesh's game has a small little development. Wang Hao has just played his knight to e1. And it's an interesting move actually. He wants to maybe get his knight to d3, or he wants to kick the knight away with f3. I don't know what he wants to do, but very Gukesh like move here, Amruta. I like to call it the Gukeshi move.
Gookie move.
Gookie move. g5.
Bishop g3. Are you going to exchange that lovely knight, or you're good just stopping f3 for now? No,
Yeah,
don't
no, I'll
exchange.
take.
Acha.
And yeah, this
Oh, but that's a little bit of a weakness there. But you are right. If anybody can play, that's only Gukesh. And apart from g5, if he doesn't go for g5, let's say a simple move like rook f c8, Sagar. That c5 is iso. Oh, Sagar, I'm so hurt. The bar doesn't like my move.
I don't know why, but yeah, maybe it's like here there is this unfortunate pinning, and yeah, it's a very logical mistake that even Gukesh can make, but I think most likely he won't.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Also with the queen a3 with the idea of rook b2, not to forget. Okay, guys, let's go to Vidit's game and see what is he up to. After queen in a4, knight d3, knight f6, I think Vidit has just stopped in his tracks, because in his mind he did not believe this move was possible. In his mind he thought that b7 is hanging. I'm kind of sure that he thought this is a good move. But then when he sees rook d8, rook e7, rook takes, queen takes, and knight jumping into e4, he would get worried, because now his queen is shut back from coming, and then the queen is coming into c2.
Yeah.
Already it's a tough position.
No, it's tough. No, we'll come back here because I think he will need more time to think. It's a very critical situation. If you make one wrong move, you lose a lot of advantage.
Now you should maybe just sort of say, I accept that I've lost my edge, and I want to somehow hold the balance now. So
how?
Something like queen d2.
But if now rook d e8, rook d.
Okay, whichever rook I'll take, and then play
Bishop
queen
c3.
d1.
Oh.
Maybe offer a trade of
queen
queens.
b5. No, why will queen b5?
A4
you have a4,
maybe.
and then queen c4. That queen is dancing.
Yeah, here. You want to come here? I'll come back.
Draw.
Yes, draw is what I want. As with it now.
Actually, not bad. Yeah, not bad.
Okay, guys, things have changed very, very drastically here. And let's hope that Vidit does not sort of go wrong. But now we come to this very interesting endgame between Arjun Erigaisi and Nils Grandelius. For someone who is just new to chess, it might seem two knights, two bishops, rooks. It seems dull, boring. It will end in a draw. But to the person who is very, very keenly watching all the little imbalances, he will say the most major imbalance in the position is, what is the biggest imbalance, biggest difference in the position?
Yes, Maharshi, Arush, Kaushik, Sahil,
Pawn structure.
Ekanta, Impatient, Shreya. Yes.
It is the pawn structure. So black has 4 pawns and 2, white has 3 and 3. So now you want to make use of your imbalance here. So I have a feeling, Amruta, that Arjun pushes this away, this knight. This knight has to move, like it can't go here or here, because I mean, come
Why
on.
not okay.
Let's ask the
Let's
chat.
ask the chat.
Very
Just
quickly.
to awaken you guys, it's 6:21 p.m.
Yes.
4:30 would be your coffee time. That's over.
No,
Right
it's
now your work
4:30
is
in Baku.
ended. You might be traveling in local train or bus or driving, and here you have to find a move.
Lohit Naik says, who will be Arjun's next opponent if he
Persevere.
wins? The winner of Pragg and Ferenc Berkes. So it might be Pragg versus Arjun in the quarterfinals of the World Cup.
Persevere, Bhavan, Ishan, Maheshwari, Ekanta, Poonam, Jadin, Shubhang. Yes, you guys have found it. I believe you guys are sitting at one place, very, very focused.
Well done, guys. Great answer. Here, bishop f3. So he would go most likely knight c4. And then at this point, you can take bishop takes. And now, Amruta, we come to this moment where we play e5. And it's interesting, guys. These pawns can move forward. White wants to move these pawns. He has a majority there, and we don't know what will happen.
I would guess a draw. But with black, I think it's a good result for Arjun.
Yeah.
Anish Malail says it's 6 a.m. for me. Bapre, that's too early.
Maybe in the US.
इतने जल्दी कौन उठता है?
Okay, guys, we will now go to...
Can you show me Harika's game once, Sagar? Because I want to see if that compensation which she had for the pawn, how is she
We saw till
managing
here.
the pieces?
Her opponent played bishop g5,
Oh,
She took-
now she's developing
took
actually.
b6.
Okay,
maybe b6.
if you take queen takes c2, looks really bad because of this pawn
Yeah,
structure
rook
and
e1.
maybe,
Rook e1, maybe just...
and then yeah, with this also in the air. So b6 first kicks the knight away, and anyway she takes bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and where is this knight going to go? You can't go to d3 because it will
E4.
isolate the pawn. But what if queen c6? Is that a problem here?
Yeah, you can play
I'm
rook
trying to
c1.
pin. And if queen b7, a nice move there, defending e4, attacking this b4. Yeah, white will get his pieces fine because e2 was a weakness and now it's not a weakness anymore. So queen f6.
Oh, by the way, Frederick Friedel in the chat says, Amruta Sagar, you make this World Cup so interesting. You do this so well. It's been a long time since I sat 3 and 4 hours at a stretch watching chess. Wow. Thank you, Frederick, for following all of the action, guys. Frederick Friedel is the co-founder of ChessBase. He founded ChessBase in the year 1985 along with Matthias, Gary Kasparov, and so on. And, it's sort of revolutionized the world of chess. And, of course, he has his friends playing at the World Cup. The young Indian talents are his very good friends, Gukesh, Arjun, Praggnanandhaa, and they are all doing really, really well.
And Frederick, you mentioned 3 to 4 hours you're sitting at one place. So let me tell you, get up and go for a walk also.
No, Frederick has his this famous headphones.
Ah,
Where he
yeah,
goes into the kitchen.
Yeah,
and
he
just-
chops the vegetables, then he makes wonderful biryani, such food which we don't get in India. my god.
So Arjun has actually pushed the pawn away, the knight away with his pawn on f6, and the knight has to move. And guys, this is getting interesting. This game, I'm actually going to look forward to it as to how Arjun plays, because he's been converting endgames. Someone, I think Hibank in the chat said Dominguez completely winning against Alexis Sarana. And that is a very important thing. Guys, Dominguez has been playing some amazing chess in this tournament. He beat Wojtaszek in the previous round quite smoothly. And now he came here with Vladimir Chuchelov at the World Cup. I saw him on day one. He was with Chuchelov. So I think that is making definite impact here.
Oh.
Yes. Guys, Vladimir Chuchelov, one of the most famous trainers in the world. And he is been the trainer of Caruana, Anish, Vidit, Rajabov, Ho Yifan, so many top guys. And here he's with Dominguez. I think main problem here for him is that white pieces are just too active. Bishop is going here, h5 is coming in, f7 is soft. It's trouble time.
Sagar, can we check Caruana's game, which was going super interesting?
Yes.
And can we, for the next 10 minutes, have quick shifts?
Quick shifts.
Yes.
Okay, Ansh.
No, not you. तुम्हारे बिना कैसे? How? Can't work.
Caruana's game against
Oh, it has
Duda.
reached endgame. An arbiter Vivek says Queen e5, double exclamation, what a move. Kiddar?
in Dominguez game. Okay, Fabi I think is slightly better, but if Duda plays King f8, I think he's very much okay. So it feels like...
Oh, that means Duda has got out of the preparation problem.
Yeah.
And Caruana, it just very quickly after that rook a d8 or rook f d8, which was the move, where we thought that Caruana will now get advantage. Yeah, here he played rook d8 and Caruana played bishop d2.
Maybe he had to put his bishop here, but he went here, knight, rook b1 and took. But Amruta, here it's still slightly tricky. If king f8 and you play rook e5, here black has to find the only move to equalize, which is not easy because white has the bishop pair. Also, this pawn is weak. If you move the knight, this would be hanging eventually. So what is that clean equalizing move, guys, for black to play?
Can
Yes,
I ask
Ishan Purohit.
Disco?
Ishan Purohit, very good.
Is it disco?
Could be. Karthik Ka J, very good. Bishop f6 is the move.
Yeah,
And
but bishop f6, what happens for rook d5?
you take, I take, you take, and rook d8. And guys,
Oh,
why
there is no
can't, why is c4 a blunder? Why is it?
Why c4 dash?
This is hanging here. Of course, you want to you can't move the bishop, something will fall. So you say, okay, but I have c4.
Yes, Shreyas.
Illegal.
Illegal move.
Illegal moves are here. And by the way, guys, this one does seem equal after rook e5, bishop f6.
Wow. Duda,
Let's do
look at
quick
Duda.
switches, as you said.
Yes.
Go into Praggnanandhaa's game, and all those who are in Mumbai, please go to the Phoenix Market City if you want to play some chess. The Chess Base India Chess Club
Yes.
is on today from 5 to 7, but generally it keeps going on till at least 7:30 or 8. So you still have an hour if you are there. And also if you are in Indore, go to Phoenix Citadel Mall, where we have our second club that's going on. Please check it out. By the way, Amruta, I'm very, very tempted here. Last move, Pragg played rook c7. I was thinking if you can just take this. Because if you take here, I take this.
Oh, but
and
wait
I
a
win.
minute. Then, rook d5.
Yes.
Only move.
This is a great move, because even though if you think here position is materially fine for black. He has a pawn and a rook for 2 pieces. White piece is just much superior. You know, you can put your bishop here. You can bring your rook in. It's
But right now, important question, rook c2.
yeah,
What are
just
you doing?
bishop d4.
And rook a8.
3.
Bishop takes b6.
Yeah, maybe.
And rook takes a2. Oh,
And then
that could be
Amrita,
dangerous with
I would,
94.
yeah, I would
And then you
defend
will
it.
win the b4 pawn. Wow. Very interesting. So he has to be alert. So Pragg, what is the conclusion
No,
for
I
this
would
game
say,
after
I
rook
would say
c7?
Pragg is going to slowly put pressure on Ferenc Berkes. You know, his idea is to go here, bring the other rook here, put pressure here. Also, whenever you play e4, be ready that it creates more weaknesses. My knight can jump in here. Lot of issues.
Okay, get it. Priyadarshini asks, when are you coming to Chennai, Phoenix Sagar? There are so many chess lovers in Chennai.
Yes, we have told them. So we are going to start with North and Western India first. And then eventually, hopefully, we can go to Southern India as well. That is how the plan is. Hopefully, we'll reach everywhere.
Now, let's go to Magnus Sagar once. It's still under control. I mean, Ivanchuk, hats off to this guy.
Yeah.
Going steady against Magnus with the black pieces.
Sorry.
Finding such amazing moves.
Because Amrita, we saw Rook C1. We thought Ivanchuk should have taken the pawn taken on the world number 1. But he said, no, thank you. I'm going back. Knight came out. Bishop G4. Bishop dropped back. Rook came to the center. Queen went here. Knight here. And I still feel, Amrita, that Magnus is going to press a bit. Like push the pawn. Then there is pressure down here. He has this idea of pushing the pawn twice. So it's not like very clearly equalized for Ivanchuk.
For sure, for sure. But it will be a big result if Ivanchuk holds Magnus today with the black pieces. So then let's go to Vidit. Did he play? Yes, Sagar, some moves have happened after knight f6. Vidit went queen f3. We did not check this move. Queen f3.
So many moves have happened, okay.
Rook went to e8 as we were discussing.
But the same idea, no, Vidit played.
Yes, takes queen d1. Just instead of queen d2, queen d1, he went queen f3, queen d1, rook d1, and Nepo goes rook e2. Now, what are the chances to hold this endgame against Nepo, who is having this rook on 7th rank, a beautiful bishop eyeing this back rank here, knight jumping to e4, the base of the pawn chains being a little weak, as well as the bishop being not the best bishop in the world.
Too many problems. Actually, if it was a human being, you would have said, you look good, just that your eyesight is weak, your legs are a little bit shaky,
You lie a lot.
your nose is a little too long, but yeah, you're very good in that sense. Okay, king f1, I hit the rook firstly. If you go back, I'm completely fine, right? Because then you just so you have to remain in the zone. You have to.
But वैसे भी your nose is chapta, Sagar.
You know, that's not me, right? And now, Amrita. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this. You're going to love this. So I go rook here. Okay. And I offer you a trade of rooks. Okay.
Rook d2.
Rook d2.
I say no.
You say no. And you say I'm hitting your knight. And if you move the knight, I will take your bishop. What is the great move that white has right now?
Only one. What is it great? Rook c3 is great.
Don't say the move, Amrita. Also, guys, we have today 426 believers on helpchess.org. If anyone wants to support Indian chess, go to helpchess.org and support. We have a fundraiser for the World Cup. A lot of people have contributed towards it, and we've raised close to 4.5 lakh rupees for Indian chess players.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And also do check out ChessRanga.com. That is there. And there are so many links in the description. You have ChessBase 17 mega database. There's also Gukesh's video course. There is Vidit's video course. Just check them out. And if someone said King E1, hats off to you guys. King E1 is a brilliant move. And what is the point if you take here? What is the point? Guys, I want all of you to tell me what is the point here, white to play.
Sagar, give me one try.
What one try of what?
Chat chess moves.
Oh, sure.
We can do the... Okay.
Did anyone-
Nobody has found it
What?
wrong. Sagar, I was just tricking you while you were busy, but each and every person in the chat, not even a single miss.
Yes, that is
100% score to
that
the
is
chat.
the amazing thing. King comes up and the rook is trapped here, and that is why this position is equal. But the thing is that after rook here, rook c2, rook d1, this has happened by the way, Amruta, here, sorry, rook d1, rook e2, king f1, rook c2. I think Vidit has some choices.
Oh.
He can go rook c1 or he can go king e1. But just remember that he's not forced to take the knight. There's another move here for black. Black to play. What is the other move here? And we have our 427th believer, Sai Kumar.
Oh, Sai Kumar, thank you so much for your real name first of all. And also, Raghuram Vedula sent 999 rupees, another real name. So thank you guys. That's very cool.
So all those who are saying knight e4, that is one possible move for sure. Rook d1, white has to play. Then the other move
Many
here,
of them, Sagar, have mentioned Bishop F4.
And these two, both these moves are very interesting because now if I go g3, then I can take this and I can pick up the rook.
Even rook b2 is okay, I guess.
Ah,
Rook
yes,
b2.
rook b2, correct. And if you play the move knight takes bishop, then I take your bishop and all of these pawns are going to be falling down. So rook here.
With it, I think we'll find rook c1 and king e1. We will see.
And then there are two moves he has to contend with. We'll come here when that happens.
Yeah.
Let's quickly shift to Arjun Erigaisi versus Grandelius Niels. And after f6 knight c4, we were thinking that Arjun would take here. But Arjun goes in the other direction and he tells Niels that I'm attacking your pawn. And also this pawn if you move forward. So you must take or you go passive. I think he'll take. But then I have a bishop versus knight.
Wow. And luckily there is, if knight d6,
Yeah, but
you can't maintain that guy there. Bishop f3, right? Okay, anyway, many options. Can I go bishop d5?
I can also go here. I can also go here.
Provoke c4. Okay, maybe you are right. A little bit of scope for Arjun to, start.
Just keep playing. That's the main thing. After knight e1, Gukesh went queen a3 against Wang Hao. And so after that,
How?
take here, bishop takes, queen d3, offering a trade of queens attacking here. Gukesh said, okay, I'll trade. Bishop takes. And Wang Hao is saying to Gukesh, I have the bishop pair. I have this weakness here. Your queen is traded. Don't you think you are in trouble?
No, I don't. That is not how I think.
But you could go g5, bishop g3, knight g3, h g3 and play this one. Amruta, this looks very good.
Like it. That a2 pawn is weak. You will have to push that. And then I have c passer. Rook coming to b2. I definitely would say that Gukesh will have some chances. That will be based on Wang Hao's play.
Yes, because when I
play.
push this bishop away, you can first chop off the knight.
Yep.
And then go back. which is where the position could equalize. We have Magnus Carlsen, who's taken over the initiative. Amruta, we were talking about how Ivanchuk was playing so well and had to bring his rook into the game, but he took on f3 and Carlsen just took back.
And so you see, it all changed in this moment when it was a wrong exchange.
And you know, Amruta, how small advantages are very dangerous against Magnus, and these are exactly the kind of advantages which you don't want Magnus to have. Small majority here, then a weakness there,
Yeah.
then the knight jumping somewhere. It's nightmare.
Nightmare. Absolutely. I mean, the bishop on that diagonal, pawn on e5. If this is here, if this bishop on this diagonal, queen here, eyeing this, f6 will be controlled for no knight can come there. Oh, Magnus is like, मुझको भी तू lift करा दे, थोड़ी सी तो lift करा दे, सागर.
Oh, did he play?
The rook. नहीं तो मैं ऐसे ही गाऊंगी क्या?
But Amruta, I don't understand this rook lift, because even if you come here, I can put my knight.
But you very happy, you know why? It's a deflection from this square and then I can get e5.
Yeah, possible. So then you're...
Look, if I get e5, if I get queen e4, bishop d3, h5, your king is massacred.
Yes, that's a great point here. Push here, bring the bishop here, bring the queen up, threatening this, push the pawn here. Also, Amruta, after pawn push, this knight is completely passive. It has nowhere to go. So, Ivanchuk goes rook up to e8. Great move, putting pressure here. Let's see how that goes.
Yep.
Praggnanandhaa, meanwhile, after here playing knight to the center, has moved back with his bishop. Maza aayega. You know, both Pragg and Arjun are grinding small, very small. I wouldn't even say advantage, just playing. And I think that's what they both have to do to win and then face each other. That is what they want. Oro Kumar Mohapatra, thank you so much for contributing 501 rupees to Help Chess. Oh, and we also had
Maybe
one
we can
more.
get the names.
We had Bhaswati Chatterjee, who contributed 1000 rupees. Thank you so much, Bhaswati.
Yes, for sure. Very happy. All real names there. By the way, we have reached 12,50,748 subscribers. So maybe 800 reaching soon. So thank you guys. Okay, so bishop e7 by Pragg. Here he got back his bishop. Actually, the reason is, yes, this guy is eyeing here. As of now, it's controlled. Maybe Pragg wants to keep the bishop on this diagonal, pinning the knight. I really like this move, like this maneuver, and these backward moves are always the hardest to find. Only thing is, I think this is the moment for Berkes to try and get rid of the backward pawn and go for a3 break. Because I really love this pawn on b4, so a3 would dissolve this thing here. And after takes, let's say you take, rook takes, after this exchange, not so clear. Looks like going towards the draw. So bishop e7 by Pragg, and we will see Berkes goes for a3 right now, or a4 for that matter, or not. Let's go to Vidit's game. Oh, he has rook c2. He went rook c1 here, and rook d2 was played. No. Wait. Yeah, king f1, rook c2. Here he goes king e1 first before rook c1, and now knight e4. So it has converted to what we were looking at, where black would go either knight e4 or bishop f4. And now Vidit challenges the rook again, rook d1. So are they going to repeat? Rook c2, rook c1, rook d2, rook d1. Oh my god, they're repeating. How many times it's happened, Sagar? They are repeating. Look here, after 94. Rook c1, once. Rook c1, twice. Oh, it's a draw. Vidit has drawn this game against Nepo with the white pieces. What do you have to say, Sagar?
Actually, my reaction just shows how relieved I am because, of course, Vidit was doing really well out of the opening, but I thought that the momentum was actually going in Nepo's favor. And that's where I felt that it could have gone really wrong. So draw is actually a decent result for Vidit after what went wrong. And guys, the critical moment of the entire game was absolutely here. I hope that maybe Shahid can get Vidit, but maybe not. It's just a draw. But why did Vidit not play a4 is a big question and a mystery to me, to take away this square for the queen.
But it is very lot of calculations, Sagar. It's not as simple as it looks. I'm sure there would be something which we might have not even considered.
Yeah, for sure. But at least on the surface, it does seem not that complex, this move a4. But maybe Vidit had some reason.
Yeah, would be really, as I said, yeah, I'm very curious to know that reason. But okay, Vidit drew. What would you say that next game Vidit with the black pieces against Nepo? What would you say about that?
Yeah, he will be under some pressure, but you can see like Nepo holding him with black is not a big problem. And if you remember, Amruta, Nihal Sarin, in fact, started putting pressure on Nepo in the rapid games. So, could be a good idea to force tie breaks. We'll see. I mean, of course, we can't really predict too many things right now, but it will be interesting.
Okay. So, by the way, Pragg's game here, if a3 is found by Berkes, I believe that most likely it will end in a draw.
Oh.
Because it's simplifying. By the way, Magnus Masterclass, someone just said.
Arjun is getting better or what?
Oh, he plays a4.
A4.
Yeah, even a4 is a good move. Because.
No, Berkes is of course very powerful and
not making it easy for Pragg at all. Which I did think Pragg will be able to put pressure, but it's very hard now because this simplification saga, I don't see much here. Not much.
What about knight c3? Just let's say I put my knight in.
Already white bar is loving white's position. Here there is a pin. You might say, why not double?
Yeah.
That's the question. And here, let me ask a question to the chat. White to play. Kind of a tough move, I would say. Tough decision. But let's see. White to play. Can you guys find it? There are two moves strongly suggested. One is knight b5. Actually, three for that matter. One is rook d3 and one is bishop c3. And if you go knight b5, guys, I believe you are multitasking. There is knight takes d1. You might say, oh, but I am also winning this guy here. But then there is knight b2 and you lose material. So the right move here, Sagar, you know that, right?
Just take the knight.
Yeah, you take the knight. Somehow it's a little hard to, look at it on the surface because it feels like, oh, this pawn, no more doubled and just advancing. But you go back and, oops.
No, just go up. Knight b5.
Here knight b5. Knight b5 and attack it, not knight e2. So what is the difference? It's forcing because even the rook is attacked. And now when you go c2, you can go rook d2. This is attack from here. And the knight either will go back to one of the squares and attack c2. Like if you go bishop f6.
Funny line. Bishop, yeah. No. But okay. Here,
I would say taking with the rook is met with another very nice move. Knight now back here. So that you can't take, this is hanging. So, Amrita, all in all,
Yeah.
I don't think Pragg should risk it by putting his knight in. He should just do opposite.
Yeah, and I think he should settle for a draw.
Yes.
Or maybe he'll try to push if he's not having any fear there. But
And thank you so much, Sachin Tendulkar, for
Sachin Tendulkar?
for contributing to help chess. That's the name written, Amrita.
अक्षय नातू अच्छा
Who knows?
ओ मुझे लगा इधर का सुपर चैट है तो अक्षय नातू बन गए सचिन तेंदुलकर ओ सचिन तेंदुलकर क्या बात है let's have a sixer today on the
Hey,
board.
Amrita, the game is sharpening up in Arjun's
Arjun?
game after knight
Is your
here.
prediction coming true?
Nils Grandelius
Grills?
played his rook here. Arjun took.
Did he give a pawn? Ah, he collected h7 maybe.
He took. And now Arjun's last move was bishop here.
What's wrong in that?
Well, nothing's sort of wrong here, but I was wondering if Arjun could do something else here because bishop e5 could be met with knight going back and putting pressure here.
Also knight f5 check ideas.
Yeah. And if I go bishop here, knight here, it could be that black has made progress,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because now his pawns are even stronger. He has a passer here in the center.
Correct.
So definitely some pull to Arjun, but not a huge one. Nils has to be very, very accurate. Nils Grandelius from Sweden, very strong GM, but Arjun is pushing him. Akshay Natu super chat.
Yeah.
Please read it.
अर्ज है हमारी मोहब्बत को रिश्ते की कसौटी पे ड्रिफ्ट कर दिया सीधी सादी लाइफ में इतना बड़ा रिफ्ट कर दिया हमें लगा रकीब नूब है हमारा लेकिन उन्होंने किंग साइड अटैक लगा के रुक लिफ्ट कर दिया
अरे
क्या
वाह
बात
वाह
है
वाह वाह.
आई थिंक इसका अदनान सामी स्टाइल होना ही चाहिए अक्षय
This was amazing, Akshay Natu, and I think you have the ability to create chess-themed shairis.
क्या बात है अक्षय
Oh, let's go to Harika's game.
यस
Harika, by the way, has after knight e4, this happened. She went back, Goryachkina. Harika didn't go to c6. She went to e7, Amrita. Slightly inaccurate. Knight went back, rook e8, rook d1, take, bishop e5. And it's a little worrisome position for Harika because as more and more pieces are getting traded, her compensation is growing lesser and lesser. But it's still pretty good to hold the balance. However, we don't know till how many moves.
One question is what if just a simple move a3 because if you move your knight I have knight d5. Okay, maybe knight d5 is not a big worry.
Yeah, maybe not.
Got it.
By the way, all the people here who are asking us to check the game of, by the way, we have a scorecard at the top, so you can follow all the results there. Magnus Carlsen, Amrita, is in a great position, and there is one result. Anna Mujichuk drew with Elizabeth Pites. They are actually good friends of each other, so I presume the match will go long there.
By the way, Magnus, yeah, how is Magnus converting? Oh my god, such huge advantage. Rook a4 we left.
Amrutan, I have a feeling, Magnus Carlsen is going to win this World Cup somehow.
What?
Yeah, because, he sort of had such a bad position against Vincent. He was almost on the verge of being knocked out. He hung in there, he's there. Now he's just crushing Ivanchuk here.
No, I'm not very sure about it because next round it could be.
Gukesh.
If Gukesh plays Magnus, then I'm not sure.
Yeah, sure.
We did think about Wesley also in the same manner. Let's see. No, but it does seem that he's slowly getting back.
No, yeah, exactly. This game will give him so much confidence because if you see, he has
tried to put pressure. But, you know, Ivanchuk's strategy is very interesting. Ivanchuk is saying, Magnus, I understand you have a pawn here, you have knight nicely placed and all, but I'm putting one knight here, the other knight here, and how will you break through? If you ever take my one knight, I'll take back with the pawn.
Yeah, and Magnus will say, Ivanchuk, it's not the knights I care. It's about the good old days here, which I am getting on the
Oh, Amrita,
B1,
you actually
H7
spoke
diagonal.
about this diagonal. You remember you had spoken about putting the queen here and bishop here.
Yes, Sagar.
And this is what, and you had said put the pawn up so that it also cramps these
Yes.
pawns, so black cannot do this. But Ivanchuk very
Oh, he
quickly
stops.
pushed his pawn, but he did weaken this square here. Now rook to defend the pawn in the center, and knight went back. And I have a feeling, Amrita, Magnus is going to completely crush this with queen here, threatening check. G pawn
Can
up.
you go G4? Oh my god.
Wow,
Love it.
what a move. And if I take, you just swing your rook
दूर
over.
का रिश्तेदार को
Oh.
लेके आओ. दूर के रिश्तेदार. Wow.
Mayur Abhishek, he says Magnus has blown many positions this World Cup, but not this one, Mayur. This is right up his expertise. Yeah.
Oh, has happened.
Pragg
Exchanges.
take, and Pragg is playing it safe. This is going to end in a draw very soon, it feels. Caruana against Duda is also going to end in a draw pretty soon. Abazo versus Salem Saleh is a crazy complex game. Could go either way, but also could end in a draw. Dominguez is totally winning against Alexei Sarana, but he has to find the move rook up here.
That's what I thought. Rook knight जैसे क्यों चल रहा है? Sagar, you need some rest, I guess.
I'm fine.
Sure.
Yes.
Tired.
I'm always tired. Oh, this happened, Amrita. Knight e3, bishop e4, knight e4, g4.
Okay, we do say in knight endgames, rook pawns are good, okay? So here the rook pawn is becoming a passer. Yet why doesn't it feel dangerous?
Because you have central passers, Amrita, and your king is very close. Your rook is also here. Your coordination is good. It's looking quite okay. But yeah, it's not easy to push your pawns. Meanwhile, Gukesh, Wang Hao. So we did remember queen takes queen, bishop takes g5 happened, and we said if you go here, he'll take your bishop.
Yes.
So he took here, bishop takes, bishop here, rook up, pawn push, bishop back. And this one, guys, also looking very equal today. We might well have only two decisive games. That is Magnus beating Ivanchuk and
Maybe Arjun's
Dominguez
result. No,
beating
even
Sarana.
Arjun's game is what we have seen, you know, whenever there is a knight and a rook, anything is going crazy.
I don't
Just
know.
towards the end.
Yeah, maybe
I
Arjun.
mean, it could end in a draw. I'm not saying that way, but now the imbalance is pretty huge. 3 pawns in almost the center. These 3 versus these 2 as a majority. So white will try to create one passer here. It's so difficult for white to create a passer here on this queen side, right?
Yeah, but Amrita, I feel like this one's closer to a draw than a, because he cannot push his pawn. If he pushes his
This
pawn up,
pawn,
then
then there is
knight
knight.
jumps in with a check.
But if black gets this break, then maybe it's easier, right?
So then why
if
don't
king d6, king e5, you don't push the pawns, and king f4. क्या वो king hero बन सकता है?
But if
Hero
you come
number
here,
1.
I give you a check. Now your knight is hanging. You can't.
King d5.
Yeah, you come here.
Rook d1 check.
Okay.
King c5. Side hero बन support.
Yeah, the king is not so well placed here. Let's see what he does. But I think Amrita, one idea could be to push the pawn up and then go here. I think this is the best move for Arjun. Try to push the pawn to f5, cement your knight in the center. If he pushes here, push the pawn up. If he comes here, trying to settle down on this square. You figure out what you want to do now, but looks bad actually. I don't know, knight coming here, attacking this.
No, don't give that square, Sagar. That way.
Yeah. So
No,
that's why.
Arjun will take care. Arjun will have to be careful. It's not an easy position. Okay. So let's go to the next one. That's Gukesh. I think Gukesh will try to create some imbalance. Magnus's game. I think that is, as somebody had said, definitely a model game there. Knight d c7 by Ivanchuk.
I think Ivanchuk wants to go this and this, put his knight to defend his king side. But as you said, Amruta, first this move, threatening here, and then this move, opening up the king side. This is just going to blow everyone's mind. Amruta, you can cover, I'll be back. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Let's check Harika's game here. By the way, yeah, Anna's game has ended in a draw. Harika, oh, a3 actually has been played. The move which we were talking about, so that if the knight moves, there's knight d5 as well. So Harika is thinking here. She could take on c3. Maybe some moves have inserted actually. Rook e8 is... She could take here. Bishop takes c3. B takes c3 to weaken this e2 pawn there. And now go back. Threatening queen takes e2. And white can say, yeah, I can just defend this pawn there. But when you push the pawn to e3, what feels slightly weak here? For white in white's camp, guys, can you tell me what feels weak here? All Swara Patni, thank you so much for your super chat, and that's the first time you have given the super chat, so thank you, guys. All those who are spamming with it blunder and all of that, that's not true, because with its game has ended in a draw with Nepo, so tomorrow he'll be black. Yeah, absolutely. Light squares, Mithun Raj. Well done. That's the just perfect answer. Satyam, Harshil. So these light squares here, they become pretty weak. So yes, you do save a pawn, but in return, you are weakening these squares, and you will have to be alert with all the ideas on the light squares. So Harika definitely has compensation. That was one possibility. She goes rook d8, attacks the queen on the open file, and now white must decide where to take this queen. So Harika still has good enough compensation, and right now Goryachkina, she can't go here, she can't go on d file, so maybe queen c1 or queen b1 seem like the only squares there. The rook yet to come in the game. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next game. Here for Berkes versus Praggnanandhaa. He's gone rook 8. One pair of rooks being exchanged. But Pragg has put his pawn on g5 there. Is he planning to expand here on king side? We will see. But I don't think he's going to settle for a draw so early. Until it is super clear. And Arjun's game. Oh, that is happening on the board. What Sagar said after knight e4, g4, Arjun does go g6. So he might be preparing e5, f5 very, very soon. He might be preparing for e5 very, very soon. By the way, Magnus Carlsen has sent 101 rupees 8 minutes ago while he's playing the game. So thank you, Max. Of course, just for fun, but fake name. But yeah. Thank you, all those who have super chatted. Guys, which game should we check it out right now? Which is the most interesting game out of all the games for you? For me, it's Magnus. He did go h5. Magnus went rook e1. He did not go g4 yet. He said, I can still improve the position of my rook here, defending the e5 pawn, freeing my knight later for knight g5. And Ivanchuk took this knight to c7. Now, definitely a question. yeah, these two guys very, like friends there together. But kya rahe? They have nothing to attack. They have nowhere to go. Rook knight d4 is stopped, cannot exchange the pieces. As you know, yeah, when your opponent is attacking, what you try to do is try to exchange the pieces which are in attacking. So this knight, black would be very happy to exchange so that it's not a threat in the future. But there is no way Magnus is allowing any sort of exchange, and the knights are struggling big time. Maybe he wants to go knight e6 with the idea of knight d4. That's why knight c7 has been played, and this is the time for Magnus to pull his queen back, threatening queen h7 and checkmate in 2 moves. This is what Magnus should go, and force him to go g6. And then I like g4 because black has no time there, not much time. Might end up into something like this in Magnus's game. Pragg. Everyone's saying Pragg. That's the most interesting game for all of. Oh, Pragg better. Are you guys serious? Come on. G5. Here he played G5. Rook 8. King goes to G7. And Berkes takes his rook back. Now I'm wondering, why did he go back? Why did he, let's say, not improve his king position? King e2. What was he scared about? Because 7th rank is controlled. You can't go rook c2. No point. But look at this. Pragg is gonna say ki, no problem. I'm just gonna advance this guy here. G4. Once again, for white, it's not easy to which pawn to push. If he tries to go h3 there, yes, Pragg definitely has h5 and gain this space on the king side, having this pawn here. So I think Pragg is definitely going to try very, very hard with his pawn advance, with some weaknesses on the 7th rank, and his knight could dominate white king, because this king cannot easily leave the 7th rank, I believe, if black gets rook c2. Okay, so this game, we cannot discard it as a draw for sure. Let's go to Arjun's game. After g6, Niels is thinking. He is down to 15 minutes and he has to make 12 moves. Guys, Pragg will win. Guys, how many of you think it will end in a draw? And how many of you are thinking that Pragg will win? No, Ayush, that is not an advantage. But that is not a dead draw. Dead draw is way different. Wherever you can push your opponent into psychological pressure and provoke him to make some little inaccuracies, that's a very different scenario. Draw. Pragg win. Draw. Pragg will win. Pragg will push for a win for sure. Win. Maybe I would say that in the chat, according to the chat, 80% of you think it is a draw and 20% of you think Pragg will win. Okay, 20% is a good chance, by the way, because a dead draw means 100% will be like, come on, it's a draw. But that's not true. So let's hope for that 20%. Going to Caruana's game, because it was super interesting and now it's landed up in complete equality. H5 was the last move by Duda, but what happens for rook a4? I think Duda will simply capture this pawn on e3 and this is just complete draw. So Caruana's game will end in a draw. Caruana with the white pieces. Magnus after rook e1, knight d7. Magnus is down to 15 minutes. Oh my god, that is very interesting that Ivanchuk is having 20 minutes more than Magnus and Magnus has to make 11 moves. For sure, I mean, this is not a time pressure for Magnus at all, but Ivanchuk, 20 minutes more than Magnus is what a guy. Amazing. Chaitanya says the more and more rounds happen, more games will be drawish. Yeah, I think I agree with you. Okay, let Magnus think. Let's go to Arjun's game because I think that is the most interesting game for us. Even Gukesh. Okay, G6. A big decision has happened. Nils has pushed his pawn to G5. And this is what I guess Sagar was looking at. That if F5, these are the weak squares with knight C4. So that is one scenario which Arjun could land into, but he may not like to, give up these squares. But if it doesn't go F5, then what are the options, guys, you are thinking about? Can you suggest? Can you suggest for black? Tanushri says opponent having more time than Magnus. This is the first time, I think. I don't remember, but is that true, guys? Is it the first time? Rook H8 says Shreyas. Daniel says Knight G3. Yadnesh says Rook D8. Rook H8. Rook H8. Okay. So Rook H8, I like this move. First suggestion, because you are already giving a threat. And the way we start calculating is checks, captures and threats. That's why the first two moves to be considered would be F takes G5. It's a capture. And Rook H8, that's a threat. So let's say we have started with Rook H8, attacking this guy here. How do you defend? Suppose you go Rook H1. Now guys, that I believe is a blunder. Okay. What is the reason? Why is Rook H1 a big blunder? Very simple question. I'm not going to stay here for a long time. But why is it a blunder? Sanya says, brain says draw, heart says win. That's for Praggnanandhaa. Yes, Shreyas, very quick that was. Ishwar. Absolutely. You can just take this pawn and it's a pin here. So that is winning. Of course, F takes G5 also winning. So G5, Rook H1 is not a possibility to defend this pawn. So you cannot really defend this pawn. You might think Knight G2 defends this, also attacks this, but here you have made your knight so passive. And when we are talking about Rook and Knight versus Rook and Knight, it's all about these knights. These knights like the sumo wrestlers. You cannot allow the other knight to dominate. It's gonna be difficult. So here going back, so important would be for white to take the pawn here, take the pawn, and once again a question. I like Rook H8 move because the problem is white can tactically go slightly wrong and give these chances to black. So Knight G3, Knight F5, the pawn can become strong, the king becomes active because one of the piece is a defender and your piece is an attacker. So G5, so Arjun has Rook H8, one move which I like, and the other move is why not to collect this pawn, Knight G5. So that's the question, guys. If what should white play here? Simple question, not a tough one, but white to play. Shreyas, Gokhale, Chaitanya, Sai Prabha, Hassan. Well done. Amazing. Well done. That is Rook G1. Quite a simple move there, attacking this knight. And there is a pin. If you move the knight, you lose the G6. And you might ask, oh, but King F6 and I defend both. What's the problem there? But there is a check to the king. If you move the king to F5, saying, look at my king. Look at my king. Raja hai Raja. Knight H6, another check incoming. If you go King F4, now that's a big blunder. White to play and a final move to find. Yes, myth is dazzling. Well done, P. Shreyas Gokhale, in this whole variation, twice you were found the first time. But that's cool. Like your speed. So that's the move, guys. Rook G4 check and the king cannot defend the knight anymore. So these are a lot of possibilities where we can definitely say that Arjun has great ideas in this position. This is not at all we are discarding as a draw. The only thing is the reason f5 doesn't look comfortable is knight c4. It's not a bad move, not at all, but knight c4 threatening knight e5, attacking knight g6, and this in this scenario, what the computer says, what the engine says is black must play the next move right, otherwise he's going to be in big trouble. Now that move, I am wondering if if that move is easy or difficult. Once again, let me ask you all in this to end this whole variation. If Arjun, let's say, goes for f5, saying, "Wow, I'm gonna have two connected passers there, my knight in the center," he would really love to have this. But at this moment, he needs to find this important move. So what is the move? How many of you are going to be able to find it? I'm just reading out the candidates. Rook h8, yes, natural as it is a threat. Rook g8 is one candidate. King f7. These are the natural moves you are suggesting, and even rook d8. And rook h8 would be the very first question because you are attacking this pawn there. But guys, important is that the knight jumps into e5 and you cannot take on h4 because exactly what the knight was waiting for, a fork. So that's the reason this would be very powerful. Your king cannot defend a pawn from anywhere and the rook will need to go to g8. So kya hua? You gave an extra move to white knight, and इसीलिए if this nothing else work as knight e5 is coming, and if you go rook g8, this is the move you need to play already. So once knight e5 will come, you can kick the knight away. But then this is a perpetual, isn't it? Okay, so that's we have understood for Arjun's game. For g5, I am really hoping Arjun goes rook h8 and would be some scenario there. Interesting scenario. It doesn't end. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game. We have a bet with the chat. 80% have felt that this will end in a draw. 20% feel that Praggnanandhaa will win. And right there, rook a1 was played. Berkes defends the back rank. h5 by Praggnanandhaa. The king side pawns he is expanding. And king goes to e2. Now, already a slight little inaccuracy here, very little, we won't even call it an inaccuracy. But as we were discussing about this 7th rank, this spot on c2, like the candidate spot for the rook, you want to go there, and it would be very interesting to think of e5 at this moment. I can't discard this as a draw, guys. Very sorry. I think Praggnanandhaa is going to put so much pressure. Even if it is a draw, it won't be like an easy draw. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Berkes. He has to face Praggnanandhaa. Can we go for... Yes, e5. Well done, guys. Even without asking the move. Oh, a lot of stuff happening in Magnus's game. Queen c2. Finally, Magnus does go queen c2. Forces Ivanchuk to go g6. Bishop a2. That's completely, shift in the mindset from this career to another career. From comedy to chess streaming here, we see king goes to g7 because the threat, all of you, are you awake? What is white's threat? What is Magnus's threat? Amit Tiwari says, Sagar Bhai, seeing Gukesh, Arjun and Pragg performing so well, do you think spending some time with Magnus at SG Alpine Warrior helped them a little? Amit Tiwari, thank you for his first super chat. Sagar Bhai has to come, so please remind to read this super chat. Yes, Queen G6, and there we have the pin there. So Queen G6 is a threat, winning the pawn as there is a pin. So king goes to G7 and Magnus, I'm waiting for Magnus to go G4, but Magnus is like, Why? Why should I even try to go for all that stuff when I have simple moves? He goes knight g5, wonderful knight here, attacks f7. What's wrong with the mouse? Attacks f7 here, threatens to take it with the knight or bishop. So rook f8 by Ivanchuk. And now, just look at what Magnus played next. Can't believe it. I mean, e6. The advantage really reduces quite a lot, but only if Ivanchuk will find a next move. Ivanchuk doesn't go for that. Ivanchuk doesn't find an important defensive move, like the best chance. Black to play. What was it that both Magnus and Ivanchuk missed here? Heisenberg, I guess you might have an option of lowering the volume from your side, I believe. Okay, Ivanchuk played f6. Yes, that is right. But Saurav, Mithi is dazzling. Chandramauli, you guys have found it. The knight could have jumped to d4, and this might have got into some complications because Magnus might have even sacrificed the rook here. But Ivanchuk goes for f6, attacks this knight here. Magnus goes bishop b1. Once again threatening queen g6. Is there going to be a mate if f takes g5? Queen takes g6. King h8. And then there comes queen h5. It would have been completely over with another rook jumping in and rook g5 mating net over there. Wow. But what if knight e6 defending this guy there? Oh, you always have queen g6 and collects the knight here. So that is just horrible for black. If you take the knight, Ivanchuk doesn't take. He goes f5 and blocks this diagonal like a granite. By doing so, some weakness is there. Magnus goes queen c1. Very, very different kind of play by Magnus. You know, all these attacking style which Magnus is showing, beautiful. Like, they may not be the best moves, but they are so different. They are not at all the common g4 and all of those ideas which I was talking about. Queen c1. What is Magnus's threat? He goes rook d5, and then Magnus once again shifts the career. Bishop a, मतलब ये bishop देखो, bishop b1, bishop a2, bishop b1, bishop a2. कितनी बार most flexible bishop in terms of career change. Rook goes to c5 there, and Magnus is thinking he's down to 7 minutes. Wow. He has to make 4 more. Okay, time pressure not much, but Ivanchuk is actually half an hour more. I have not seen this time difference, yeah. That too with Magnus. And that too in such a complex position Ivanchuk is defending. Very curious to see how much time Ivanchuk has been taking for, like we last saw. Look at this, guys. Ivanchuk has 35 minutes from... बाप रे, Ivanchuk सोच ही नहीं रहा है. Crazy. I can't even... How much... Look at this. Year 40... So here he had 37 minutes. Move number 21. And then he has 35 minutes. Almost 36. Again 36. Again 36. Still 36. Ivanchuk is just playing so fast. It's not used any time from move number 21 until 36 against Magnus. Oof. Crazy. What is the chat suggesting? Chat is suggesting the idea of knight f7 with queen h6 check. And queen h8 is going to be a checkmate if king g8. Wow. That was Magnus's idea with queen c1 there. So rook c5 attacks the queen, and Magnus can simply block this attack with rook c4. So Magnus is winning. Very different style of attack, but maza aa gaya. Going to Praggnanandhaa's game, after h5, king e2, he goes king g6. He says, no, not yet e5. Let me wait a little bit and I will see. But Berkes can actually go king d2 with the idea of rook c1. Maybe, but then you always have rook a7. Okay, that's Praggnanandhaa. Vidit's game has ended in a draw. Arjun's game, did he play? No, G5. He's down to 20 minutes. He has to make 12 moves. Niels has 13 minutes and he has to make 12 moves. So if Arjun is by chance able to, push Niels to use all his time, then with rook and knight it can get really complicated and time pressure will become another advantage. So G5, Arjun still thinking. As we analyzed, rook h8 seems to be a practically very good move. Going to Harika's game here. Oh, a lot of moves have happened it seems. After rook d8, Goryachkina went queen c1. Now she finds the best place for the queen. Harika brings her knight back to c6. Maybe knight d5. Oops, maybe knight d5 was a better idea. But knight c6, somehow you want to have these dynamics there, keeping the pieces on the board. Queen goes to c2 and Harika goes h5. What a move. Love this move. After h4, if this pawn reaches h3, definitely something to take care of for white, the back rank. So rook c1 by Goryachkina and Harika is like, yeah, of course, I'm going to follow up with my plan. Queen goes to f5. Ooh. Now, white has got out of all the, development problems and Goryachkina is simply a pawn up. Harika really needs to put a lot of pressure with this pawn. She goes g6, the queen is attacked and I see that the queen can go to g4, attacking h4 instead. No, this is quite a complex game. What is the time scenario? 12 minutes for Harika and 20 minutes for Goryachkina. They also have to make 12 moves. Gukesh's game. Yes, let's go to Gukesh's game. Shriram says Pragg starts drinking with his water bottle now. Beast mode on. Nice. That's a nice news, Shriram. So Harika's game still complicated and still great chances there. In fact, the knight can jump to d4. One knight can get exchanged. Without this knight, d2 square, 7th rank, weakness is there. I think Harika will find a way to hold this. Yes, she will. Let's go to Gukesh's game with Wang Hao. We were looking at it and it seemed like a draw. After g5, bishop e4, bishop e4, bishop went to g3, rook b7, f3. I don't remember if we checked these moves, but Gukesh's bishop on g6 and the diagonal of b1 h7, stopping rook b1, rook challenge on the open file. So I like this bishop. So white goes rook d1 there, removing the rook from the c file. So no pressure on c5 pawn anymore. Rook c8 by Gukesh. e4. Typical granite there, disactivating this bishop. And now the diagonal is no more blocked. Rook b1 could be possibility in the future also. An outpost on d5 for the rook or for the knight. c4. Gukesh is like, ye hai na mera hero. Why to worry? Knight goes to c2. Knight says, I'm the best blockaders. Ye hero kya hai? c3. Gukesh is like, doesn't matter. मैं hero बन के रहूंगा. So he's gone to c3 right now. And Wang Hao goes rook d6. Now what is the idea of this move rook d6? Because it is not attacking this guy over here. Yes, you might want to double the rooks. That could be the idea. But aren't you scared of something like rook b2? After I, of course, save this knight on d7. Abhay Karnataki says, yay, past pawn must be pushed. Agreed. Past pawn ka, there's one more thing, guys. Even this pawn which has reached c3, Wang Hao constantly will be feeling some pressure. कि यार ये इतना आगे बढ़ा है. It can't be like Wang Hao misses it for a moment and tries to do something on the king side and one slip and this guy is super dangerous. Look at this, what Gukesh does. Knight f8. What a classy move he has found. Knight f8. First of all, he freezes rook as we were looking at rook b2 ideas. Second of all, there is a very, very interesting idea for Gukesh. Guys, can you suggest a very interesting idea upcoming for Gukesh? And if anybody can find it, it's Gukesh. Now that's your hint. Black to play. Idea, just an idea. You have to suggest a move for Gukesh as an idea. Oh, people in the chat absolutely understanding how Gukesh thinks now. By the way, we have Dharmendra Kumar who has sent 1011 rupees 2 minutes ago on helpchess.org, making it 434 believers. Dharmendra, thank you so much for your contribution. Oh, and we also have 12,50,822 subscribers going towards 900. 12,50,900. What are people saying? Yes, all of you who said F5, beautiful. Here you want to break open the center. You want to break open this granite there and open up this bishop and say, just get out, you blockader. And then this pawn, this will become the hero. So Gukesh, while we were thinking this could end in a draw, Gukesh actually is somehow able to create this isolated pawn into such a strong passer, and he is able to put that pressure on Wang Hao. So I love Gukesh's player after Rook C1 has been played. And will Gukesh find F5 here? Or will he say, no, he must have found, of course, or will he say, no, let me wait. Another thing which we have seen commonly in Gukesh's game is many times his pawn reaches a3 and then he does something here on the a2 guy. That does look a little slow, but possible. I believe Gukesh will go f5. How down to 4 minutes, says Sanya. Oh, yes, and he has to make 11 moves with this passer. So guys, just understand the psychology of the c3 pawn. It will put pressure, but only right now Gukesh must go f5. Timing is very... Oh! Guys, Gukesh OP. It was not at all an easy plan to find knight. Look at the last 4 moves he have played. Classy. Like just simply classy. Rook d6. Natural move. You want to double here. He goes knight f8. Now you natural for us to start considering is knight going to c5. You know, becoming active, and knight later can go to b2. But he goes knight f8. He goes knight f8 here and says, I'm gonna go f5. I don't care about anything else. I'm not hurrying to go to the 7th rank or anything. I want my bishop to be active. That's the only thing on Gukesh's mind. And look at this knight defending this bishop here on g6, because of which it did not go forward, but it was like, I'm gonna take a back seat. I'm gonna take care of you, and please बन जा जो तुझे बनना है लाइफ में. I'm gonna support you. So that's Gukesh. I am so proud of him for finding this plan and, you know, just getting this whole pressure going. Can we look at Arjun's game? Did he play? Yes. Yes, he did go rook h8. He did go that move. G takes f6. Niels doesn't fall in any kind of trap. He captures f6 pawn. King takes f6. And Niels is thinking here. Might give a check. Now, I think one thing has been clarified. That is, Arjun has a passer here. And Arjun also has... Arjun has 3 pawn islands. You can see here it is 1 pawn island. Here it is 1 isolated pawn. And here it is another isolated pawn. Whereas Niels has 2 pawn islands. This guy is isolated here and the other 3 are all together, but they are just not able to become a passed pawn there. Arjun's king is better than the white king. Arjun's knight centrally placed. So Arjun's rook is also attacking. So Niels will have to be a little careful. He gives a check here. Now, can you go king e5? But that would be a mistake. This natural move will be a mistake, guys, because... Why is it a mistake? Let me ask all of you. Shreyas says Gukesh has become ridiculously strong. Wang under 2 minutes. We will go to the game. Knight g4, knight g4, knight g4, knight c4, rook f7. Okay, a lot of moves incoming from you all. Knight g4, yes, possible, but not like the best advantage. Rook f7 you guys want to play on the 7th rank. I'll take the pawn. You will take this pawn later. Still equal. But the right move was knight c4 check, taking away the d6 square. No square on f5 there. And if the king goes to d5, now at this point rook f7 is very very powerful there, because your king will also land up in some mating ideas, and knight b6 check, and that is the reason we'll have to be careful. Arjun will need to be careful. So not king e5, but he can go back king e7 or king g7. Maybe king e7 looks still oh, is it a draw? Like king e7 and rook g1, you might have an option of repeating. We will see. This is Arjun's game. Let's go to Gukesh's game. After f5, Wang Hao goes rook d4, and now that's a big inaccuracy, not a small one, guys. Here, the advantage which the weak engine was saying was minus 0.2. इसका मतलब है slight initiative for Gukesh. And with this move, rook d4, the engine says it is minus 2.1. उल्टा ही होगा, minus 2.1. It's a big advantage for Gukesh. Now, why is it such a big advantage for Gukesh? Because here he can take this pawn. F takes e4. F takes e4. Observe, it has become isolated. Akela pawn, and your knight will jump in, attack this rook. Where is this rook going to go? If the rook stays on 4th rank, then these two are covered. You will lose the e4 pawn after rook b4. So if the rook tries to go on a4, here, oh man, I won't say this is like easy or no, it's not so easy. Just in general, the position is big advantage. Gukesh will have moves like bishop e8, kicking this rook again. Gukesh will also have the moves like a5. You know, if rook takes a5 there, the knight jumps in. It's all about this passer going ahead, and black's pieces completely getting the whole activity, which is how Gukesh loves his pieces to be. So knight f8 was such a bluff कि भाई मैं शांत बैठने वाला हूँ. Knight f8, it showed like, oh, I'm so calm. Not at all. As we say, Gukesh is a peaceful warrior. That's how he's showing. The knight is going to be a nightmare very very soon. So rook d4, Gukesh has 19 minutes. And it's not at all a position where he needs to find that one single move. He has number of possibilities. He could even go rook b2 right away, keeping an eye on c2 and attacking the a2 guy. Wow, what a flip it is happening right now. I am very surprised. Not surprised, I can't say surprised, because when Gukesh found his move g5, let me just show at this moment for all the guys who had missed it. When he played g5, it did feel कि Gukesh is not gonna let it go so simply. This draw is not going to be happening very easily with the pawn, pass pawn. Okay, 2 minutes for Wang Hao. He has to make 11 moves, and complicated position in general, Gukesh should be able to convert this. Can we go to the other games? Arjun's game, rook f1, king g7 has happened. Niels is thinking he's down to 9 minutes and he has to make 9 moves. Going to Praggnanandhaa's game. Oh, by the way, a result incoming. Magnus won. Yes, absolutely right. We saw till rook d5, bishop a2, rook c5. Magnus goes queen e3, revives this idea of knight f7 and queen h6. Knight d5, queen goes back. Now, even any sacrifice not possible. Rook f6. He goes b4. Takes the knight. Wins a pawn. And after queen e4, Ivanchuk actually simply resigned here, because this pawn is so powerful. Knight coming in, rook jumping in, just no play against Magnus. Yeah, and Magnus actually went down to 2 minutes for this position. Didn't really matter. He was clearly winning. But great game by Magnus, and hats off to Ivanchuk also, because he played the first half of the game amazingly. In Pragg's game, we left it at king g6. Berkes went king d2. Praggnanandhaa finally puts his pawn on e5, kicks the knight away. The knight goes back to f3 and Pragg plays f3. Now look at this knight for a moment. Idhar nahi. Can't go here. 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 The knight for now doesn't look like it's doing any work. And here, after f6, Berkes challenges this rook exchange. Now, Pragg can either take this rook and go into the knight endgame, which is technically a draw, but you have to be still careful. I mean, both of the players. The other option is to reject the rook exchange and go rook a7, keeping the rooks with the ideas of e4 or g4 and more expansion here on the king side. So we will understand what Pragg does. If he exchanges the rooks, mostly this will end in a draw very, very soon. Gukesh winning again. No, he was winning once. So what happened? Rook d4, knight e6. Yes, Gukesh goes knight e6. Why is the... Oh, okay, slightly more preferable was f takes e4 first. But knight e6, and here rook b4 was played by Wang Hao. Maybe still better was to go rook d6, attack this knight over here. You get this one tempo by attacking and making him save this guy here with king f7. So that was the reason rook d6 could have been better. But rook b4 played. Now my question is, what if you simply take and win this pawn? Oops, it's got stuck. Wait a second. Yeah. So my question is, what if you just take and win this pawn with takes and bishop e4? So if you take here and win this pawn in this way, this is absolutely fine, because even if rook e1 attacks the bishop, you actually don't really care about the bishop. You can just simply attack the knight, take it away and go c2, c1. Also, you can also play safe with rook c4. So that's not a problem. But the problem here is white is not going to take on e4, and a nice move for white to play, an important move. Only defensive idea for Wang Hao, if at all it reaches this point. Only defensive idea for white. Guys, what is it? Not easy, and can be very much missed. It's like an intermezzo there, so can be very much missed while you calculate. Yes, Panya, Ankit, Abhishek, Kronos, absolutely right. Knight d5 is the move, attacking this hero here. And if you go c2, it's a big blunder. Knight e7, a fork there. You can't do that. So you will lose this pawn basically. So that is the reason Gukesh, cannot win the pawn just simply. Best would be if it takes away the rook to the d file, now controlling the d file instead of the b file, and you cannot challenge this rook once again. The knight is already there. Rook d2 incoming. This is incoming. Gukesh will be clearly better if he goes rook d7. Yeah, I think he should not exchange this with knight d5 coming in. That is the reason he should avoid it. Let's see what he plays. Is Gukesh winning, guys? I just joined the stream. Gukesh clearly better. We can say he is, but we don't want to, because it's a little bit early. He has a big advantage. He goes rook d7, guys. He finds this, and 1 minute with Wang Hao. Just 1 minute. That too when you are under pressure and you have less time to defend is not easy. So rook d7. What is he going to do now? Is he going to take here? But that is what Gukesh wanted the whole time, to open this bishop. Maybe bishop e5. Maybe bishop e5 seems like one option. Or if white says, no, I want to exchange pieces, maybe Wang Hao will go rook b8 and try to exchange this guy here. But in this scenario, Gukesh can just take on e4. So Gukesh is actually also winning material. So as of now, we have 5 players playing. Oh, he plays knight e3. Knight e3 by Wang Hao. Bar is like, ठीक है यार, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या करें. Okay, here Gukesh has a very, tempting move, knight d4 with the idea of a family 4 kind of a thing there. But knight e3 has a threat that you want to take on f5. So the simplest way to continue is fe4. He must take here right now. It's important that he takes and takes. You're not winning a pawn because it's defended. But, oh, Gukesh will have to find another move here. Is it difficult? Guys, black to player. What will you play? What will you play? Black to player. I mean, Gukesh needs to find this sequence. It's still not easy. How much ever better you are. Yes, Gukesh first thing he has taken fe4. fe4 will be on the board. And here he needs to make this move. Look, exactly. Most of you are saying rook. Many of you are saying rook d4, rook d3 and rook d2. There are all of these are tempting options, and rook d2 seems like the most natural, but it's not the best idea because you lose your most important thing in this position is the c3 pawn, which will land up in pressure because of bishop e1 and then knight d5. So all the time the counter attack, or let's say the way for white to really get active, is this getting this knight to d5. So that is the reason here to find this move rook d3, the only move which will help you to maintain the advantage. Not easy. Will Gukesh find this move rook d3? It supports the c3 guy here, attacks this thing, and we were talking about why not knight d5 now. The reason, if knight d5, guys, finish the game, I'm sure you will be able to find this next move. Black to play. If knight d5, rook d3 is not easy. Yes, rook d3 is definitely not easy. Shanmukha, Neeraj, Fish, Himnish, Nitin, absolutely right. Actually, you can just simply push the pawn to c2 and rook d1 is an unstoppable threat here. You might ask, oh, what about knight e7? I don't really care. You can take my rook. I'm giving you a check. I'm capturing this rook. And now I'm going to move this rook away with the intention of queening. Yeah, you might say, oh, but rook c4, you can't move your rook away. Maybe not now, but this final move, bishop e4, if you capture, I move my rook away and make a queen. If you don't, anyway I've defended, I move my rook. Oh, by the way, guys, a very important moment I need to show you. King f7 would be a blunder, I believe, or not the best idea. Because after the same variation, check, when the king goes here and you take this and rook c4, the problem is this time if you capture on e4, there is knight d6 check and you lose this bishop. So you see this king h7 going far from that knight. Tere paas rehna hi nahi hai. That kind of a thing. Important. You have to look at the forks. Very, very alert you have to be. So fe4, and Gukesh is thinking, let us hope that he finds rook d3 move at this moment. Bar not updating. Wait. We will ask Rakshit, guys. Rakshit, thanks to Rakshit, such amazing bars we have, and generally he's, trying to make this blunder alert and all of that. So sometimes things might go wrong, but what an effort. So let's appreciate it. Why not f4? Because knight d5, fg3, f6, it asks Tejas. Where? Over here. Your question is why not f4? Because knight d5, fg3. You want to go here. But how? There is gf4. Maybe I'm missing something. Tejas, can you write the move number? Okay, this is Gukesh. We'll come back to it very quickly while he's thinking his 10 minutes, and I'm sure he needs a little more time to find his move. In Arjun's game, what's happening? King f6. Oh, some moves have happened here. Rook lifts, rook f1 check. Arjun goes king g7. Rook goes to f4. Arjun plays knight g3. Is he planning to exchange the knights here? There is a big threat. Knight e2 check is the threat. Winning by fork. Rook c4. Going to the 7th rank. King goes to f6. Knight g4 check. King goes to f5. Knight goes back to e3. Arjun goes king e5. Okay, is he going to give knight g4 check? If Arjun goes king f5, they will end in a draw. But I believe Arjun is going to try, and he might go king d6. So this is Arjun's game. Technically, it's a draw, but possible ideas are there. And this rook defends the h4 pawn, by the way. Going to Praggnanandhaa's game. Has he been... Oh, he's exchanged the rooks here. Went g4. Went f5. King side completely expanding. But both the pawns are attacked. And no, the knight is defending this guy. So maybe you only need to defend the e5 pawn. Either king f6 or e4. These are the two options. But this game going towards draw for sure. Let's stick to Gukesh's game because there it is time pressure and Gukesh is down to 9 minutes. Oh, what about Harika? Because Harika was really playing well. G6. Queen went to g4. Harika finds this important move. Knight d4. Wanting to exchange this knight. Knight takes d4 by Goryachkina. Rook takes d4. Love Harika's pieces the way they are placed. Queen c8 check. King goes to g7 and rook d1. Now Goryachkina is like, I want to take away the most active pieces in your position. So rook d1. Oh, here maybe Harika had to go queen d6. Queen rook d4 and get the... With the exchange, she would have got her queen in the center. Okay, she did exchange. Knight takes. The knight defends b2 guy. And now she goes queen d6, attacking this knight here. But queen c2 defends the knight and the knight defends the b2 pawn. So queen d7 by Harika. Maybe the threat is h3 check and back rank weaknesses in the air. So still a great chance, because the king will be weak. White's king will be weak. We will also see this game 6 minutes with Harika, 5 minutes to Goryachkina, and they need to make 6 moves. Going to Gukesh's game. Gukesh still thinking, down to 8 minutes. When did he make the last move? He had 14 minutes, 13 seconds, and he's already thought for 7 minutes. Here we are all waiting to see if Gukesh finds this move, rook d3. If he finds it, he's inching very close. Oh man, well done. Gukesh OP. At the right time, he used the right time. Because if there he would have played very fast, the natural instinct rook d2, that would not have worked. So it was the wrong time. But here he uses his time and goes rook d3. Such an important move. And he needs to calculate all of these threats there. But make sure that this guy remains hero number 1. Oof. Gukesh OP. Yes, for sure Gukesh OP, guys. Gukesh OP. Shreyas Gokhale says top 10 player move. Absolutely. Not easy. Okay, bishop f2 played by Wang Hao. He had 7 seconds on his clock when he made this move. Defends the knight. So c2 still not in the air. e4 is protected. White, it seems that white is safe right now, but Gukesh has many ways to progress here. My question is, like, I really like knight f4 with the idea of knight e2, but also one question to me is, can I go knight d4 here? Okay, it's not a bad move. Like, if it is not a blunder, already it's a great thing. Knight f4, yes. Knight f4 is definitely the strongest. Your threat is knight e2 check and c2 c1 is in the air. So knight f4, you might want to move the king. And now you don't really have to worry about those ideas with knight d5 because you also have your knight on f4 and it's time to finally go on the 7th heaven, rook d2. So bishop f2. Where is Sagar? Guys, Sagar is gonna come back in a bit. Maybe I'll also check right now if he can join us, but he's been having quite hectic days there. Today is also Saturday. He goes every Saturday, most of the Saturdays to children's home here in Chembur whenever he's in Mumbai. So I also think he's not sleeping much. So yeah, he'll join. Should I tell him Gukesh is winning? Harika draw right. No, Harika I have not checked. Harika I have not checked. Let's see Harika's game also. Is it progressing? King f1. Oh, wow. She's got the pawn on h3 here after the queen d6. Queen c2, queen d7, f3. She gives a check. h3. Now remember, this is quite an irritating weakness. Can the queen reach anywhere here? Now that is an aim to achieve. Queen d5 by Harika. And Goryachkina is thinking here. Okay, 4 minutes with Goryachkina. Just another next 5 minutes is going to be a little bit of tension there. And Gukesh goes knight f4. He finds knight f4. Absolutely accurate play by Gukesh. Like finding the best moves is like, I'm not going to settle for anything less. Rook c2. Wang Hao goes rook c2. Now whenever Gukesh makes a move, Wang Hao has only around 30 seconds to think for his next move. Knight e2 is stopped. How should Gukesh continue now? What are the moves, guys? Yes, I know you're winning and it's like, what is the point of asking moves in the winning position? But I think most of the players, many of the players who are like around 1800, 1900, how many winning games do you lose? It's so common. It's one of the biggest drawback of that level. As your rating improves, basically it just means that you start winning more winning games. Until that time you might be winning but you keep losing. So the more you win winning games, it's clear that your level is improving. 95 e4. e4 कहाँ जा? Bishop e4 भी नहीं मर रहा है. Rook d2. What did he play? Oh, he goes rook d2. Yeah, still a fine move actually. What other option did he have? Has anyone suggested? Oh, bishop h5 some people had suggested. What was their idea? Wow, quite interesting with the idea of bishop d1. I really like that as a creative move. Also, a5 was a possibility to kick this rook away because it couldn't leave this rank because you would lose this. So a5 forcing rook to a4. Oh, he goes rook d2. That's also a good move which Gukesh finds. And h3 by Wang Hao. Now this is move number 35 and Gukesh is down to 4 minutes. But next move is pretty simple. Knight d3. You are attacking both these guys here. I like knight d3 for Gukesh. a5 I believe guys is always good. Always. In this position. संकेत अभी विदित का गेम नहीं दिखा सकते. पूछो क्यों. If you can all see the scorecard over there, Vidit's game ended in a draw against Nepomniachtchi. Why not a5? Guys, a5 is a good move. All those who have considered a5, that's a good move. Gukesh needs to play knight d3. No, he doesn't need to play. It's a very, very powerful move, knight d3. But even if he doesn't play knight d3, there are a lot of other amazing moves he has. Like a5, even... Actually, I'm wondering, computer suggests rook e8. But then, what about the pawn here? What is happening if rook takes c3? I made a blunder. All of you, can you spot my blunder? And I did it because I'm multitasking, handling OBS, looking at engine, sometimes not. Yes, fork. It is a fork, knight e2 check. In a way, you don't need defense there. Gukesh finds knight d3. Wang Hao takes the rook on d2. Now c takes d2. He will play, of course, c takes d2. Are we looking at a resignation soon? Because rook c1 check in the air. Rook goes to d4. Yeah, go rook c1. कौन रोकेगा? कौन रुकेगा? कौन रुकेगा? रुक नहीं रुकेगा. Ramesh says he made it look so easy. No counter chance. True. He didn't. I mean, the whole plan, I think knight f8 and f5 were so classy that even with knight f8, I believe for Wang Hao to expect f5 was very hard. Very, very hard. f4, I think people were suggesting f4 with black. We will go there later. Right now, let's stick to this moment because Gukesh is moving an inch closer to winning from black and Magnus has beaten Ivanchuk. That does mean that if Gukesh beats Wang Hao in this round, in this match, we are going to be looking at Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen, guys. Unless Ivanchuk tomorrow strikes back. Okay, he went rook c1 check, king h2, and Gukesh takes the bishop. He is a piece up. Piece up right now. This is also hanging. He won, but result not yet. Not yet. If you take rook d2, then there is check. Oh, it's not a mate. But the final move would be knight e4 check and it will all be over. So knight f2 and Wang Hao has 24 seconds on the clock. Will he make his next move? Will he resign? Will the game end in before 40 moves? I guess so. Oh, yes. Guys are like, jeet gaya bhai, relax. Yes, Gukesh wins this game. Everything. I want to show this game later again, but things started rolling when, this was the position quite unclear. I mean, computer says equal, which means computer wants to say it's unclear. And Gukesh is like, come on, I have this guy here. pass pawn, and things really started changing when Gukesh went this move, knight f8. What an idea he found. Rook c1 and f5. Superb. The whole idea is about having your bishop active. And you can see if you just compare these two, they're opposite colored bishops, and this bishop active, this bishop cannot defend the same thing. So in that sense, he kind of took the principle of opposite colored bishop, one who is in attacking position, enjoys that advantage. So rook d4, and later he played each and every move so accurately. This was another moment he had to find rook d3 and not falter for rook d2 or rook d4 ideas. He found it, rook d3, and this was just later very, very easy for Gukesh to convert. And Gukesh OP, guys. Gukesh wins with the black pieces with Wang Hao. What's happening with Arjun Erigasi? Arjun Erigasi still trying. No draw yet. We will come here. What's happening with Praggnanandhaa? Oh, it's reached king pawn endgame. Engine says a total draw. King d5. But why does it remind me of Harika's endgame with Eline Rubers, where, you know, they had to be this accurate. So king d5, king b4. Yeah, important. He stops king c5. You have to stop king b5 now. So king c6 once again forced for Praggnanandhaa, but 41st move is made. King c6 is forced. What if he gets the opposition with king c4? You still have a move here. You still have a move. g3, h3, and now you cannot move the king, because if you move your king, the king will enter to b5. So it's important to give a check. Very important. And now if king b4, important to go king b6 forced actually. You have to defend this. Also, you know, everything is stopped, the entry for the king. And once the king goes back, the king will come to c5. Saying that now I am going to be the one coming to b4. But so if you go king b2, believe that's a blunder. Yep, that's a blunder because you get king b4. If king a2, the king enters from here. If king c2, the king will enter from here. But the problem is, firstly, white can just go b4 and say draw, and that's a draw. But even if he goes king c2, allow king b4, there is still king b2 and opposition. The king has to go back, then he comes here to c3. So this is a draw. Praggnanandhaa's game going towards a draw. Nothing, no drama anymore. Not at all. Going to, let me just tell you the results of today. Magnus beats Vasily Ivanchuk with the white pieces. Praggnanandhaa's game, king pawn endgame, going towards a draw with the black pieces. That's fine. That's a good result. Tomorrow Pragg will be white if this ends in a draw. Duda, Caruana versus Duda. What an opening preparation by Caruana, but Duda actually got out of the problem. The game ended in a draw. Vidit versus Nepo. Vidit, it ended in a draw quite soon in comparison. Maybe the first game for today. Nijat Abasov versus Salim Saleh. They are playing, and currently it seems the knight versus bishop. We do know that the queen and knight is a better combination, but the king here and these pawns here may be a perpetual in the air, and this game will end in a draw. Dominguez beats Sarana Alexei. That's a big result here. Niels Grandelius is playing with Arjun Erigasi, which we will right now focus on. And Gukesh beats Wang Hao with the black pieces. An amazing game. Harika is playing. What's happening in her game? Oh, wow. She has managed to equalize. So, after h3, king f1, she went queen d5. Knight went to f2. Says, this is an annoying guy there. I don't want it. Harika is like, I don't care. Queen a4. And Goryachkina plays a4. Now the question to you are, what if Goryachkina would have taken the pawn on h3? What did Harika have in mind? Actually, I'm wondering, Harika maybe would have simply won this pawn on b2, or even waited. This is a pin there, so even white cannot defend it easily, and this knight is on the edge. I think you don't like such a position. So Goryachkina did not go for that pawn. She played a4 here. Harika gave a check. Knight went back to d1. Says I defend this guy now. Harika went a6. King f2. b5. ab5 and ab5. And by this point, Harika is going to go for b4 and maybe have her bishop on this diagonal. And I'm not sure. I can say this can be equal. But I do feel with this pawn on h3, and if white goes wrong somewhere, h2 can become weak. I mean, if at all the queen gets any entry, it can get very dangerous. But technically, we can say if Goryachkina is able to not slip at any point, it should end in a draw. But amazing play by Harika. 41st move is over. She had 3 minutes. I think Goryachkina did land up in time pressure. Anna Muzichuk versus Elizabeth Pace ended in a draw. Dan Zongi beat Bela Kotenashvili. And Nurgul versus Polina game is going on. White has slight edge. So that's about it. I think we will focus on Arjun game and Harika game. Ooh, what's happening in the chat? I was not able to see. Gukesh world number 7. Let me check Gukesh's live ratings. 2700. Mayur says tomorrow Vidit beating Nepo and Gukesh beating Wang Hao might elevate Gukesh to world number 6. I'm not sure. Have to check. Shall I bring the live rating list on the screen? Let me do that. Oops. Let me do that. There we have. Have I refreshed it? Okay. Here we have Magnus Carlsen has 2837. He's gained some rating. Fabiano, he also gained some +2. Nakamura -7 in this tournament. Nepo -7. Oh, there you see Gukesh. Wow, number 7 with 10.5 gain. Oh, amazing, man. Amazing. Okay, so that is Gukesh on number 7. So what are his chances to go to 2761.5 and Nepo is 2771.6. So tomorrow if Gukesh wins 10 points, no, I don't think tomorrow is any chance to become number 6. But big Gukesh has actually right now in live rating list overtaken Anish Giri. Huge. That is such a huge thing. Wonderful. Okay, let's go back to our board and see what's happening there. But imagine, guys, if Gukesh plays Magnus Carlsen and if he beats Magnus Carlsen, then to 100% he might even reach top 5, I guess. 5th is Alireza Firuza with 2777. So if Gukesh has to reach Magnus Carlsen, tomorrow he has to win, and if he beats Magnus Carlsen in one of the game, even draw is the advantage with Magnus. Even draw helps him to gain rating. I don't know if he can. He might be very close to Alireza in that sense. He will get very close to Alireza. Okay, but King f6 here in Arjun's game. So what happened in the last few moves, if we have to look at Arjun, some checks happened, I believe. Then Arjun challenged this knight exchange and Arjun was okay to go into a rook endgame because knight takes f5. A question for all of you, after a long time, will you take with g pawn or will you take with the e pawn? Now this is an important decision. So only one move is the right move, guys. G-E-G-E-G-E. So that's his. Gukesh was world number 11 before entering into World Cup. Now world number 7, playing 7 games. Yeah, I mean in the live rating list. Amazing. EF5, GF5. Oh, बहुत ही confusion चल रहा है. But I still believe maybe 60% of you want to play GF5 and 40% EF5. That's a random guess there, looking at so many G's and E's. But the right move is G takes F5. The reason is you have two connected passers. Whereas if you take E takes F5, the problem is that these two are not connected. There is one guy who is waiting to dissolve one of your pawn and you will be left with only one passer. So that was the idea of Arjun. So white cannot even think of taking the knight. He goes knight g2, defends this because knight f5 attacked the h4 pawn as well. Arjun goes king e5, now activating his king, and like earlier, there are no checks with this knight because it is busy defending this pawn. White goes b4, saying that okay, they have been waiting to create a passer. So b4. Arjun goes rook d8, saying that you cannot go king b2 because, oh, I thought rook d2 was, oops, mouse slip there. But rook d2 I thought would be, yeah, very, very something to worry about. Even rook d4 could be something to consider. So Arjun goes rook d8, makes him think what to do, and white goes knight f4. He goes knight f4. Attacks this g6 guy here. But what happens if you take this pawn on h4? Guys, if black takes knight h4, white to play. This would be a blunder, white to play. Awesome. Ashwin, that was very, very fast. Ashwin, Slayer, Abhinav, Adarsh maybe, but your notation, Aryan. Well done. That's knight d3 and it's the time to disco. So you win the piece there. So you cannot take little traps. Just have to be alert. Arjun goes back king f6. This king is defending both his pawns. So his pieces are free. Free to move and to create pressure. Nils goes c3 here. Now, once again, the question is, if Arjun captures this pawn, now this time there is no check. So if white has to recover a pawn, he cannot take this because the knight which will be attacked can himself take back and you save your piece. So the only way to recover a pawn for white would be to take this pawn and give a discovered attack. And after king takes e6, rook takes h4, this is the rook endgame which we will land into, where Arjun will have a passer. Now, is this a good enough advantage or this slight advantage? Can this passer put pressure on white? Will be a question. Like how Gukesh's passer was putting pressure on white. But this rook endgame, I'm not very sure because the rook will go to, suppose the rook goes to h7, attacking this a7 pawn and also staying rook g7 behind the pawn, you have rook d7, and the happy thing is this exchange, king pawn endgame, because of an outside passer is winning for black. White king will try to stop this, black king will then collect all these pawns. So rook d7 and we will land up in something like this position, which might be very good chances for Arjun to, try and push. So after c3, this is one possibility, knight h4, which Arjun will be considering. This is the 41st move. So Arjun has time to calculate rook endgame. Okay, if he doesn't take this pawn, maybe he will, try to stop rook c7 and keep his rook on d7. So a question for you guys in the chat. Will you take this pawn on h4 or not? Will you take knight h4? Or will you say not now? Pragg drew. Is that the result incoming? Oh yes, guys. Praggnanandhaa's game has ended in a draw in that king pawn endgame, which was a draw. Yeah. Okay. So that means Berkes Ferenc, really hats off to this guy, because not easy to hold Praggnanandhaa, even if Pragg was black, and even in spite of, especially after beating Nakamura. So tomorrow Pragg will be white, and we can see that yes, Berkes definitely a lower rated, but Pragg will have to really work hard to beat him. Only 2 games going on right now in open section. Salem Saleh versus Nijat Abarsau, which is now no advantage to anybody and equal. As we were discussing, mostly perpetual possible. And Arjun's game here, Arjun is thinking, what have you said, guys? What have you said? Yes, yes, I will take. No, yes. Yes, will take. No, yes. I think most of, I mean, not 60% again, I would say you would like to take, because given in this scenario, that seems like the best chance. So maybe Arjun will try to calculate the whole rook end game, and that would be a very exciting rook end game, because never easy to play against such a passer. What about Harika's game? Yes, and there we have Shashank also asking the same question. Harika's game. Harika is, we had seen until b3. We saw until ab5, b5. Goryachkina went b3 and finally released her knight that it can move, not keep defending the b2 guy. But Harika goes b4. Now this is cool. The pawn can always be defended with your bishop, so that's definitely not a problem. Also, I'm thinking that the bishop on this diagonal can be very strong. Queen d3, and Harika, yes, blocks the queen's file, also gives the check there. So a question to Goryachkina, will you go e3 and create this absolute weak 7th rank, or will you right now wait and go back with the king? She says, no, I'm not ready to push e3 here. Just looking at this 7th rank looks so ugly, so I'm not gonna do that. By the way, if you give a check thinking that you might win this pawn, you are not winning the pawn, because the queen can pull back to e2. And by the way, if you take, then let me tell you, this endgame is losing for black, because this pawn will be lost after g4. So that is the reason. So king f1 by Goryachkina, and Harika is right now thinking. Prasad Duvuri says, my first time sending a chat from India. Oh, you are back to India. I believe from US. Yes, guys, we have the scorecard there. You can see Gukesh has won his first game of this match, round 5. We have Praggnanandhaa's result, draw. Vidit also draw. So actually, until now, it's unbeaten. For us, it's unbeaten, which is a very, very good thing. Nobody in a must-win situation. Plus, the other 2 games which are going on, there also it is right now looks drawish. So we will be unbeaten mostly today. Prasad Duvuri is a member for 10 months and backer of Indian chess says, where is Sagar? Not missing him. Please don't please don't tell him. I will definitely tell him, Prasad. But I think he's just getting a little bit of rest today. And he'll join us in a bit if the games will still be going on. Today is Saturday. It's generally very hectic for him. धोखेबाज मीटर नॉट वर्किंग गाइज, उसका नाम ही धोखेबाज मीटर है ना, तो दैट्स व्हाई इट्स नॉट वर्किंग. बाकी कुछ नहीं. Also, all of you do check out the ChessRanga website. Sagar has updated some amazing content there, and try to solve it. It's just really good, really good. Harika goes king g8 and removes the king from this dark square diagonal. Okay, the question is, what is white going to do? The knight is pinned. The king can't move anywhere. White is not happy to go e3 and weaken this 7th rank. The queen cannot leave the defense for the d1 knight. So it has very, only d2 and c2, those kind of squares. Harika's queen, attacking position. Harika's bishop, attacking position. Harika's pawn also, attacking position. I believe they might repeat. Queen c2, king g7, queen d3. This is how I am expecting a draw to happen, but let's see. Let's see. Okay, going to Arjun's game. After c3, Arjun is still thinking because it's definitely a big committal decision, going knight h4 and allowing a rook endgame. Let's just try to understand this a little bit after rook takes h4. And natural. What I'm going to do is chat with all of you. With all of you, I'm going to ask you what do you think. Because chat has generally 3-4 candidate moves. With chat's candidate moves, if we reach a position where Arjun, let's say black gets winning chances, then let's say that Arjun will have great winning chances. But if chat is able to not find winning chances, then we will say, okay, this rook endgame is a draw. But chat, important rule, no looking at engine. That is a rule for you. Absolutely no engine. Trust your instinct and your mind. Shishom says, Harika might have practical chances here as white's position is tight and too many weaknesses. Although if the white queen starts giving checks, will be bad. Yeah, I just don't know how Harika can progress because b3, even if you attack only one attacker over there and your queen has no entry inside. But I'll go there. Maybe one idea is bishop g1 and if you get the queen on darks. Still it's no, I doubt. I doubt. So let's say g5, king f5. अरे भाई chat ने तो इतने सारे moves बोले. ठीक है. King f5, g5, rook g8. Okay, I have the and rook d7. I have these rook three moves. g5, king f5, rook d7. First position, I would love to go g5, advance the pawn. So this move I am accepting from the chat. Now the next thing, rook h7, rook d7, rook h8. Abhi this position, chat. Can you suggest moves for black in this position? Pritish says, ma'am, could you update the score sheet? But Pritish, I can't because the games are going on for Arjun and Harika. So what are the moves chat is suggesting? One is g4, one is king f5, and one is rook c7. And Nightbot says, push karo, khush raho. So let's take Nightbot's move. g4. Oh, by the way, Arjun has made a decision. So g4, going ahead, white will go rook g8, stopping this pawn. And naturally you want to defend because the rook cannot defend from here. King f5, so I'm not asking this move here. So king f5. And look at this position. Already if white makes an inaccurate move, let's say if white brings his king to b2, now that's a big problem. The rook will jump into d2. Rook d2 check. King, let's say, goes to b3. Then rook d6 with the ideas of rook g6. So this, I believe this endgame was very rich to analyze. What Arjun went is rook d7. And now I think he is threatening knight h4 with the idea same rook endgame. So what is white going to do? What white should do, Niels should not allow that. He can go knight g2. Or is there anything else which he can do? Yeah, he can attack Arjun's weakness here with rook c6 and say, yeah, you can definitely take this pawn. I don't really care. I'm gonna take your weak pawn here. and then go knight d4, knight b5, go a5. So Niels will have to play counter-attacking, but I do think that knight h4 was something interesting to consider. Yes, if you are interested to analyze the rook endgame, we can still do that. Even if Arjun has not played, we should still do that. Shirsom says maybe he's looking for a better point to capture it because white king is badly cut off and black will surely have either of g6 or e6 passer. Yeah, but that's the whole point. Niels, what if he goes a move like a5, let's say. And now if you go knight h4 and I have exchanged these pawns here on a file, is it going to be the same after knight e6, rook h4? No, king c2, king b3. What I learned is it's important to cover the square, rook d2 square. The problem with keeping the knights is maybe at some point he can play knight d4 and bring in the king quickly. Yeah, that's what I think. That's the reason Arjun is like the rook endgame. If he assesses no, that's a draw, and he doesn't want to depend on his opponent making inaccurate moves, then he's not going to go for rook endgame. But here, if he is able to, keep the practical chances with the knight and a passer, that's the reason he has rejected going into that rook endgame. So quite a lot of psychology involved rather than some kind of perfect chess there. You want some imperfection but more practical chances. That's how it is. Prasad says cricket, chess, hockey, one evening, many international sports to follow. Maybe I can remove the bars. What do you say? Or is it better to have them? At least we have those results. Let's be with the bars. Shall we check Harika's game? Because it ended in a draw. Harika's game ended in a draw. Queen c2 played by Goryachkina. King g7. No, Harika went king h7. Queen d3. King g8. Harika is like, whatever plan you want to find, you find. I don't really care. She'll keep moving the king, and as we saw, white's pieces are tied down in defending. What a play by Harika with the black pieces. She had given a pawn sack in the opening for piece activity, and by the end of the position, you can see she's still a pawn down, but she did find her piece activity, even the pawn activity to that extent, and she was able to hold this, which means that tomorrow she is white, and important step forward with the black pieces to hold so strongly. So amazing play by Harika here. The last game in women's section going on with Nurgil versus Polina, and Nurgil is beating Polina. That would be an upset. And in men's section, 2 games are going on. As we have seen, Salim Saleh is black and Arjun is black. Sorry, these 2 games. Nijat versus Salem and Nils versus Arjun. Okay, I think I'll remove the bar so that we don't have confusion. Maybe that's the best thing to do. Yep. There we have. Oh, by the way, we've reached 12,50,918 subscribers. Maybe we reach 12,51,000 subscribers. That would be amazing. Shiv Shom says, I think he's forcing white to spend some time here so that white has lesser time in the rook endgame. Oh, that would be an epic psychological trick as well. Yes, Harika's game scorecard is also updated. Last, like, only 2 games going on in the whole tournament hall. Arjun and Salim Saleh. उत्कर्ष डिनर तो हम कर लेंगे आराम से. Guys, chat, do have your dinner. Lekin it is 8:35 and I think Arjun is going to show us some epic endgame today. I don't know about the result, but more than that, I'm sure that he's going to push. He's going to push the pawn, the passer pawn. I am keen now that we have a bit of time to still understand the endgame which we were looking at here. After knight f4, king f6, c3, this knight h4 idea which we were looking at, knight e6, king e6, rook h4, this rook endgame where g5, rook h7, and all of you had lot of suggestions there. Rook d7, saving your 7th rank, stopping rook g7, rook h8, saying the rook behind a pawn is a good defender, but g4, the pawn being pushed here, not g3 but king f5 ideas are there, rook d3 ideas are there, and if in this scenario we were looking at rook g8, king f5, and important is not to go king b2 and allow rook d2. But the question is, even if you go king b2, in what way was it good for black? That was the question. So all Arjun winning. What has it happened? Oh, Arjun has got some advantage because the last move by Niels, king b2. Oh, this is the same reason. The reason which just right now we were discussing, that the king, even if it wants to come to b3, it must make sure that it should go via king c2. I don't even know whether it should aim at coming to b3, but important is to guard these squares here on the open file and not allow the entry for this rook. So the king goes to b2, and this is the moment, once again, what we were looking at going into the rook endgame. Knight takes h4 in this scenario is much stronger because you already have the rook on 7th rank. Wow! Can Arjun convert this rook endgame? Or forget about the engine, but even if this rook endgame, is it even winning? This is cool. We've got the same position which we were looking at. Only thing is now white will not consider rook h7. If rook h8, this is exactly what we were looking at. That how is it so much better for black with g4, king f5 and rook d2? So shall we complete this variation, guys, to understand how black can win? Let's say Niels, we reach this position. Arjun will play g4. Oh no, g4 is a bad move. So the best move here, black to play. Can you find a winning move in this position, guys? Black to play. Can you find a winning move? Only move, very thematic move. No, it's not rook d2. It's not rook d2. Can you find a thematic move for black? Yes. Shreyas Gokhale, Dhruv Goel, Samir Sinha, Revant, Bhavna. No, not Bhavna. Shesha Mohammed said, well done. Rook g7, rook behind the passed pawn with the idea of just, racing this pawn here, stopping opponent's rook behind the passed pawn, and rook g7 would be extremely strong. What example do you want to see here? Suppose you go back, you go g4, you go rook g1, you go g3, and then the king is just coming too quickly to this h2. So that's super fast for black. You cannot allow this. So you cannot go a move like rook h8 and allow rook g7. That's the whole point. You will need to stop this pawn. The king will then jump in, attack your rook. You might go back and keep your rook on the g file, guarding this pawn. But here, black to play. Now this position is, let's say, better for black. But how? Not easy. Not at all so easy. यहाँ पे how still will you continue with black? Still rook g7 or still g4? Yeah, these are definitely the first moves which come to the mind, that can I just push the pawn here with g4? The question is, for white, what is important for him to continue with as a counter attack? Let's look at the defense with white as well. He played. No, he didn't play. How should white continue here? For g4, white must find this important move. Oh, it is practically a very tough endgame for white to defend. Very tough. a5. See, if you go a5 right now, it's a bit too slow. Because b takes a5. I've exchanged the pawn. Now I go rook g7 with the same idea of g3 and king f3. And let's just, for the sake of understanding this race, c4, g3, c5, king f4 is a blunder. Tough. Natural move is a blunder, then tough. But we will not get into why immediately. But let's go g2, c6. And I know why it's a blunder. Because if I go king f4, c7, and you just collect the pawn and you lose your passer. So that's the reason. So the whole idea is not even the king going to f2. The whole idea is stopping your pawn and your king being too far away from that pawn. That is the whole idea. Wow, look at this, guys. If the king starts going to collect the g2 pawn, king f2, king a5, and if you take rook g2, suppose, just to show you, if you take rook g2, then g2 ho gaya, rook takes g2, king takes g2, and where should be your king for this rook pawn? What is the square that the white king should be in order to draw this game? Do not disturb me, Sagar Shah.
What's
Wait.
happening, Amruta?
Important question asked to them. Where should be the white king?
Gukesh won?
Yes! What? Oh, Sagar. There is a moment which I want to ask you. But wait, first, just relax, come back. Where should this king be, guys? Which squares would you say? F2, 8, G1, bhai.
Amruta is making 15 move calculation. Wow.
Sagar is like, ये क्या कर रहे हो तुम? When I'm gone. क्या चल रहा है उधर? तुम क्या दिखा रहे हो? Okay, guys, very quickly, Sagar is amazing in king pawn and game. Sagar, can you just show the corresponding square where it would be a draw?
If it is here or here, then it's a draw.
And of course, b2, b1, a2, a1.
But I think you can't reach there.
You can't reach bit 2.
Because the king is here and then the pawn starts to run.
Yeah, so for white, if the king is on g7, yeah, it's winning. So what happened was king b2 and knight h4. One second, knight h4 Arjun played, and white did not play knight e6, the rook endgame which we were looking at, because Niels understood it's not easy. He goes rook c6, he attacks this, but this is an improvement Arjun got in the last position. Arjun finds this important. Actually, this was not the only important move. He could have gone king f5 also, but knight f3 was not an easy move, Sagar.
Yeah, the thing is, if you take the rook here, then after king f5, you're attacking the knight and the rook. So you are
double
better.
attack. Actually, it's a illusionary double attack.
But if you take with the knight here, then
What is the problem? White black to play. Let's ask the chat. Very simple, but tell me the best move. Second best would be rejected. Rushali says, Amrita ma'am, do you have some tips for boosting my rating from 1195 to 1500? Yes. First of all, do not focus on your rating at all. Second of all, avoid blunders. So solve lot of simple tactics, checkmates, knight forks, and lot of tactics. And third of all, just play bindas and crush this man out there.
And now after knight f8, take this, and now king e7. The knight is trapped because it cannot go here, 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 or here.
Yes, people have found it, Sagar. People have found it. Shreyas Gokhale, Saumik Banerjee, Shreyas, Sid, Shubhang.
How, Amrita, how did Gukesh win that endgame? He was slightly worse, or it was equal.
No. Gukesh. Oh
No,
my god.
first we'll go there, but
Not
this
now.
Arjun is winning, right?
Arjun also. I mean, there is so much of it was psychology, Sagar. So much of psychology involved
And
in
also
Arjun's
playing
game.
long end games, right?
Yes.
These youngsters have this sort of unending reserve of energy where they are able to keep on playing on and on. And I believe Nils would have thought that the game could have been drawn at several occasions, but Arjun might have felt the resource to keep going.
Totally. Niels will feel very blue after the game if he loses. Hindi joke hai.
Why?
Nil matlab blue.
Nice.
Feeling blue.
Nice.
शायद सो के उठे हो इसके लिए नाइस बोल I can join in 2 minutes. Sagar,
Magnus won.
Magnus won. Yeah, you can just say the results. But Gukesh का देखो मत. I really have important question to ask you.
And Harika
drew.
Drew.
Harika drew.
That's
Amazing play by her, actually. Should I ask you?
Yeah, you can
at
ask
which-
and then
Or
go.
we
So-
can, yeah.
No, if you can ask.
Or
then-
also the chat. I can ask. In Gukesh's game, don't look. One second. So in Gukesh's game, your Rook d6 was played, okay, and Black to play. I mean, in general, you can think of some ideas.
Knight c5 maybe, with the idea of knight takes e4, fe4, bishop e4.
Exactly. And what Gukesh does
Yes,
is
is it right?
no, exactly. You're not right. Peaceful warrior. I mean, look, engine को मत देखो. गुकेश का गेम में एक रूल है. We don't look at engine. Peaceful warrior. Knight went back to f8. Now, what is the idea? He goes rook c1. And the whole point was this was that moment जहाँ पे गुकेश won all the hearts.
f5.
Yes, this was his plan with knight f8, supporting the g6 bishop, intending f5 to break this granite, open this bishop, and suddenly the principles of opposite colored bishop came into the play that my bishop is stronger, but this plan to find was so difficult, Sagar. Like in general, he is like just started pushing the pawn. c3, c4, knight f8, and f5. And here also, one final question I'll ask you, because at this point, he had to find this move. Black to play.
First move that came to my mind was rook d4, but maybe there's something else.
Okay.
Knight d4 is also there. Rook d3 is also there. But okay. What's the move?
Yes, but I'm wondering how you didn't think about rook d2. Very natural. But yes, rook d3 was the right move. Only move for him to continue with the advantage.
King
and
f2.
amazing move. Because for rook d2, the problem was bishop e1 and all. So rook d3 went, bishop f2, but knight jumped in. And he went rook c3, cannot take, check here, lose the rook. And Gukesh won a piece. What a, after knight f8, f5, just brilliant. And the way he believes in his isolated pawn makes it a passer is so crazy.
Man, Gukesh is unbelievable. I mean, I went to take some rest. When I went, the position was slightly better for white actually. Not even it was equalish, And I thought, okay, today Gukesh will draw. And when I'm back, he's just beaten Wang Hao. And Wang Hao is no easy opponent. He's 27-30 or something. Okay,
By
now.
the way, one question: what should black play here?
Yeah.
A5 is a very bad move.
Not a good move. Not a
Let's,
good move. But I
chat,
think
what should black play?
Arjun has 20 minutes on the clock. Gukesh now ahead of AG in live rating, says Shashank. Shashank, what is Gukesh's live rating now? 26, 2761 or something? 27, 2761. Guys, Gukesh just, some people said that World Cup might not be the best tournament for him to gain rating, because there you have to play as per the match situation. Gukesh says, relax, I'm there, Mehuna, I will play. I'm just enjoying myself in this tournament now. I think you just drop your knight back, hit the rook. Exactly, well played, Arjun. And on the other hand, Arjun Erigaisi is also fighting hard for sort of making a comeback. He had dropped below 2700 for a bit at the BLGM Masters, but he's now playing amazingly well in this tournament. He's prepared his opponent. He puts his opponent under big pressure by coming well prepared in the opening, gains a huge amount of time on the clock, and then he keeps on making good logical moves towards the end game. Like he beat Vladimir Fedosiev in the end game. He beat Javokhir Sindarov in the end game, and now he's doing the same with Nils Grandelius. Yeah, actually, Gukesh versus Magnus becoming a big reality, guys, because Magnus today did beat Ivanchuk, and Gukesh has beaten Wang Hao. And guys, also, it is becoming a reality that we could have more than one Indian reaching the quarterfinals, actually, because next round is the quarterfinals. And if Gukesh makes it, Arjun wins here. There are already two players who have very good chances, because they both won with black pieces. Remember, if you win with black, you only need a draw with white then.
Vignesh says a while ago there was not even a discussion of if he will come close to Ali Reza, but now Gukesh is catching fast up. Exactly.
I agree.
Here, as I showed all of you guys, look at this Gukesh.
World number 7. And the beauty of it is that just about every youngster is doing something special. Like Praggnanandhaa beating Nakamura yesterday. Gukesh almost now getting like in the range of 15 elo points with Firuza.
Amazing. Okay.
I feel Amruta,
Yeah.
Gukesh, when he's playing classical chess, he's feeling that he's one of the best in the world. That's how he's playing it, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I feel that it's only logical that his next opponent is Magnus Carlsen. And I feel like Magnus will be super motivated. Because
Yeah, he has a different interest. That is the problem. He has this
Yes.
interest of
Yes.
play, and
So
he's
that's
like-
what makes that match
Yeah.
even more tough for Gukesh. That generally Magnus is low on sort of willpower. That classical chess, it's boring. He even says that in interviews. But when he's facing maybe someone like Gukesh, I think he'll be excited.
Muhammad Ali says youngest world number 7. I have doubt because maybe Ali Reza should be the one. No.
No. He's surpassing Ali Reza for in every, like he became youngest 2750. Now he's also speeding up towards.
By the way, Rook takes C6 and King F5. What is he doing? Isn't he losing a piece now?
I think he's going into this endgame.
Ah,
Rook
knight
takes
G6.
E5. Rook
No,
takes
then
E5.
Rook takes C5.
King takes.
Oh, he thinks he can make a fortress by keeping his knight to D4 or something like that. But no, this is not
Let's
chance.
analyze. Take. Yeah. And now, Amruta, Imagine that you make a move
where
king e4.
king f5 I would think, because
Yeah,
trying
king
to cover
f5 is
everything.
maybe the best move.
Yeah, I don't
But
want.
yeah, and now the rook, the
Where is
knight,
the knight gonna go?
it will get
Oh,
trapped.
if it goes here, guys, this is trap. Such a domination.
Yeah.
And if it goes
Actually,
only move actually.
Yeah, and now
because
what
if
is
it
the
goes
move?
here, still it will get trapped with king
Even
f6.
rook, yeah, rook
Yeah.
h7.
So it goes knight h4. This is happening on the board. Knight h4, but then king g4.
No, king g4, knight g2.
Array, check.
Knight g6.
That's the whole
Knight
point.
g6.
Oh, he goes king e4. Arjun
E4
goes
is
king
brilliant.
e4,
King e4.
covers both the squares. Only 2 squares for the knight. So his idea is rook g7, rook g4. But if you go knight g2, there is a check. And if you go knight g6 right now,
You cannot escape yet. I can go rook g7. It's over because the knight can't go away. It can go f8.
oh, by the way, no, he first takes on b6, takes.
Yeah, this is the position he's taken. This is the live board, guys. Arjun,
Look at this
this
knight on
close
the edge of
from
the board.
winning.
Clearly winning. Wow, I really want to later take a moment and talk about how Arjun used so much psychology. Literally.
Ria, you can write to chessbaseindia@gmail.com and I will try to reply back. King b3.
Okay, how do you trap the knight, Sagar? Rook g7 you mentioned, na, now. Yeah, rook g7 is over. Why did he play king b3? Didn't he have to go knight g6?
No, he's thinking, Amrita, if you go rook g7, king c4, rook g4,
Oh, that
king d5.
endgame.
Rook takes, king takes b6.
But the king is too close.
Too close, too close.
Too close?
Too close.
Glucose. Too close.
Too close, too close. Dharmendra Kumarji, thank you for sending 1011 rupees. Guys, if you want to support the Indian chess players, do think about contributing on helpchess.org. You can also rate us on Google and that you can review us, send us your whatever you feel, and also subscribe here because we are just 36 people away
guys,
from reaching
because
12 lakh
Arjun is winning.
51,000.
Uberwala says Arjun accuracy 99.3.
भाई अर्जुन एरिगाइसी ने तो क्या ही मजा दिला दिया है that 4-2 versus 3-3 वाला स्ट्रक्चर खेल के.
Yeah.
Arjun
If anybody should ask these youngsters how much percentage you get, they should ask which game.
Arjun makes this move like this.
Sagar, मैंने joke मारा था. पहले हंसो. हाँ. Now you can continue, Sagar. If Arjun makes a move like this.
No, Amrita.
In
front of your jokes, my comments feel very sad.
No, Sagar, please.
Oh, he played rook g7. King c4, rook g4, king b5.
Oh, they are going towards that.
Arjun is winning.
Sagar, please continue. If Arjun plays like this. You forgot.
No, it was also not good. Takes, rook, king takes.
King b6. Bas king d5.
Actually, king d5 or king d3 also. Because let's just show the viewers. King d3, this pawn is busted. So you have to go here. And now guys, what is the only move for black to win?
Only move, then I don't want to get in this situation.
But it's easy.
It's easy, I agree.
Yes. Balchandar, very good. Persevere. Get king to c4
Arjun.
and check. And Arjun has won.
Arjun OP.
His last move was king d5 and his opponent has resigned because b5. Anyway, there are many ways to win, but even king c4 wins with a check coming in.
Wow. Amazing, because Gukesh and Arjun both had this, equally.
Yeah, they won with black.
And with black pieces, exactly.
I think Arjun and Gukesh will meet at night and just high-five each other and they'll be like, Maza aaya aaj to.
I want to show an important moment.
Or maybe Arjun, Gukesh. By the way, SG Alpine team.
Everyone's saying Magnus, Arjun, Gukesh, Pragg,
Pragg is not. Pragg
No, he
didn't
didn't
win.
win. But Sagar, I want to take a moment here, okay? And to show you, King F6 happened. C3, okay? At this point, we were looking at, is this the moment? So, taking on H4 and going into the rook endgame with rook takes H4.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous.
Very dangerous for white, right?
But you know, I don't
Okay.
want to play G5 because of rook h7.
No, G5, rook h7, the good move here is rook d7.
Ah.
And now if you go rook h8, this is actually
Rook G-
very dangerous. And at this point, we were looking at key rook g8, right? Rook g8 you have to play, I believe. G4. And we were looking at how king b2 is a bad move and how you need to go king c2, which made us understand that you don't have to go king b2 ever and anyway lose the square. Even if you want to go up, it should be king c2. So we were looking at the practical chances for black. It looked very amazing. But what Arjun said is, right now, no, I don't want to take that anymore because I will have my rook, I'll have my knight. I am putting pressure on him. Time pressure also. Niels is going down. So this is what Arjun waited, and he just improved with rook d7. The problem here, if white wanted to equalize, he had to find this rook c6 move, attacking this guy here.
But still knight h4.
And now if you play knight h4, there is knight e6.
So
And then there is a5 and you kind of exchange. So this was a very solid chance for white to draw. But it required a lot of alertness. So that's the reason that rook endgame was an option. Like that, this is the reason the rook endgame was a big option. But it's so hard for white to find all of this as well. Like in that sense, like you feel you want to go a5 and you want to bring your king first. You can improve. It feels like you have a lot of time in your life. But time नहीं है जिंदगी में. करना है वो फटाफट करना है. What he did was, now when he played king b2, the whole thing changes for Arjun drastically after knight h4. And he doesn't have to struggle in that rook endgame.
knight e6 just take.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? Now rook c6,
Knight f3.
knight f3, and so this was all very
No, this knight
psychological to
f3
keep
is
the
such
knight.
a good move because rook takes is met with king f5 double attack on both the pieces, and if knight takes, then the knight jumps back and attacks the rook and you win material. So Arjun really squeezing
Yeah.
water from stone here. He has some great play, and also Magnus won today, Amruta.
Oh yeah,
And
Magnus.
also, this one is ending in a draw. Abbaso
They're still
versus
playing.
Salem. They're playing. Maybe anything can happen.
No, it's draw since since maybe 2 hours or something like that.
Yeah, I mean it's equal right now. And today,
Every
out of
game is over.
8 games,
Only
we have had 4 decisive games, and this one is the 5th one that could be decisive. So it's a very fighting pre-quarter finals at the World Cup. Amruta, when the World Cup began, it seemed very distant dream that all the Indians would do so. I mean, they would do well, but Arjun had MVL in round 4. Gukesh had Mamedyarov in round 5. Somewhere Praggnanandhaa and Nakamaura in round 4. Most of the pairings didn't even happen, but even where it happened, these youngsters have actually delivered. So I'm actually quite amazed with the way they have played, really. And also there's one more youngster, 33-year-old, who just crushed Ivanchuk.
Because you are 33 years old, you are like there is another youngster.
No, because his opponent was 55, so he became the youngster here. Magnus beat Ivanchuk, guys. This was an epic day. Yeah, Mangesh versus Gukesh.
Mangesh. By the way, side, look at the last position for Harika here. I loved how she was able to keep the pressure of against that extra pawn. And I loved how she, got her pawn on h3 and she still had that pressure.
I think Harika is
It was
very
amazing.
determined.
Yeah, with black,
Against,
with
Goryachkina.
Goryachkina, have given up a pawn and since opening and you are able to hold this so smoothly. It's just amazing play by Harika, I believe.
So, by the way, guys, these are the results of Indian players. On the top right, you can see Gukesh beating Wang Hao, Arjun beating Nils Grandelius, And we have Harika drawing against Goryachkina. Vidit had very good chances to actually get a big advantage against Nepo, but he drew. And Praggnanandhaa drew against Ferenc Berkes, and that has led to a situation where no Indian lost today. Tomorrow will be a tough day for Vidit because he'll have black pieces against Nepo. Pragg will be pushing with the white pieces tomorrow, while Gukesh and Arjun will only need a draw with white. So that's going to be a very, very positive scenario for them because they won today with black, and Harika will push tomorrow with white. So, Amruta, quite possible that 4 out of 5 could make it. And who knows, even 5 out of 5. We never know. Guys, we are going to end the stream today with 20 subscribers, 17 from
Wow.
1251, 13.
What is happening?
12.
988. No, will not. Magnus not 33 yet. Still a few months away.
32.
But technically, if you count maths wise, 0.5 ke upar, you count it as a round figure. So, oh, 90. 90. Sorry, that was a very small round figure. Dawn commentary. Did you forget?
No, not today, guys. Tomorrow we'll do Dawn commentary.
आज डॉन ऐसे just सो के उठा
अभी
है.
अभी डॉन बनेगा अपन तो ऐसा नींद वाला डॉन बनेगा तो फिर तुम लोग बोलेगा कि क्या हो गया डॉन भाई आज तबियत डाउन लग रहा है तो थोड़ा दवाई ववाई लेके कल आता हूँ मैं गाइस दोस्तों सो जाते हैं अभी और
But 51,000 we reached.
51,000 thank you so much guys thank you and today two things that I wanted to talk about please go and check out our ChessRanga website which is the website we were talking about this one Prasad Duri says where is Sagar not missing him please don't tell him
But Amit Tiwari says, Sagar by seeing Gukesh, Arjun and Pragg performing so well, do you think spending some time with Magnus at SG Alpine Warriors helped them a little bit?
Everything actually adds up to you becoming a great player, you know. So even when these players interacted with Magnus or before that, sometimes they would also interact with us.
Yeah.
Amrita Singh, yeah. What, yeah.
No, you're right. I mean, there is so much of learning. Come on, if
No,
you're in
but-
Magnus's team, there is no doubt about it. Chinmay Katre says, feels like the good old days following elite chess tournaments with you guys. Nostalgia, Max Pro with Shairis by Natuji, strong as ever. A lot of people super chatting for the first time. That's an awesome thing. Yeah, you can show your ChessRanga, Sagar. That is a really amazing work. You guys should check it out. All those who are especially saying stuck at this rating, whichever rating you're stuck at, do go to ChessRanga.
Today we will also put up Gukesh and Arjun's game there so that you can practice it. So what happens, I'll tell you guys in very short, all those who are not aware. So when you go to ChessRanga, you will see these videos here, okay? And when you see a game like, let's say, say this one,
Aryan.
between Aryan and Magnus, and when you say
Grandmaster
so you will
Aryan
see that
Tari
there
is in a
this
must-win
game is also on
situation
YouTube.
in the
It's a
second
YouTube
game of the
video.
World Cup against
But
Magnus
at
Carlsen.
certain
Attacking
moment
this
when you
pawn,
are watching it
the
and
best
you are
move now
seeing it,
is to take
what will happen
CD4,
is
and black
that
has a
if you see there are
great
marks
position, completely fine.
the video will pause.
Magnus now, he gets tempted by this idea of pushing the pawn, and look at the bar, it has risen so
it
much
will
up.
ask you,
But what is the winning move here?
what should white play here? So in this way it becomes interactive. It's not just in this format of playing videos but also in normal videos I've done. So now let's say you play knight f4, it gives you feedback, this was played in the game but there was a better move. Okay, so then you think to yourself, fine, can I go here with my knight? This is the most natural move. After knight c5, black goes ng6 and it's quite all right. So in that way you start to think, oh, is this move coming in? And then you find this pawn sacrifice. Wonderful, what a move. With this you clear the g5 square for your bishop and so on.
Is it knight
Feedback, and then the game
c5?
moves
Just
on.
putting your knight
So
on
this
the
is the way
c5
in
square?
which
Not
you
really.
can solve
Kind of
Classy
you-
move here.
there's
Try to
a bit
think
of
what
code
is the
there,
winning
like-
move.
Little
Aryan
bit
has
of
20
coach.
minutes to figure out, but the most difficult part.
And if you want to not do the through the video and you just want to solve it, then you can also click on solve position and solve this directly, with this, what do you want to play, and so on. And you can go and click on the next position, how should black play, this is the right move, and so on. So I am going to ask you to go and check this one. There are many interesting videos of differing levels that we have put up. This will keep on growing. It will also get more structured through courses. It will also have many more stuff coming. It's completely open, completely free. Please do check it out on chessranga.com.
By the way, just right now while you were talking, Sagar, हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया पे निखिलेश जी ने वीडियो डाला है, वैंग को हराकर गुकेश ने दिखाया स्वैग.
17 साल के बने गुकेश, वर्ल्ड नंबर 7. वाओ. Nikhilesh is super fast. Nikhilesh is one who runs Hindi Chess Base India. So if you want any analysis in Hindi, please go there. And guys, just ending this small, why the name ChessRanga? For a couple of reasons. We wanted to give it a unique name. So we had many discussions on what the name should be. Finally, we came to the conclusion that ChessRanga is, chess has brought color to our life. So we said Ranga. Ranga means color in. So it is ChessRanga.
That way as one way. Then the other way is also that it's Chaturanga was very ancient, like chess, origin of chess in India. So that way ChessRanga as well.
Yes, and if you look at the
and it's very easy to say. Very
logo of ChessRanga.
Actually,
In fact, यहाँ पे it shows like a king, knight, and
Planet.
a ring. So it's like a planet. If you feel like it's a planet where you can go and improve your chess. So ChessRanga is like our planet to go and improve chess. And guys, before we leave, we are going to show you a small little ad so that you can actually go and check out that in our shop and see if you would like to get one for yourself. Thank you. This was, if you want to get this chess set, click on the third link in the description and you can get it for yourself. All those who followed today, thank you so much. And Amruta here, how was you were commentating almost for 1 hour alone, 2 hours, I don't know.
I also don't know how much time, I did not calculate, but it was a lot of fun and I really enjoyed the games. Arjun, Gukesh, they all made it very interesting in time pressure. But tomorrow would love to have you on the side as well, Sagar.
Yes. Cool. Okay, guys, see you all tomorrow. And also tomorrow the dawn will come back. Bye bye.